All right.
Just say that one now. Yes. Did you watch? I did. Yeah, I was trying to work and I had to keep coming back.
Okay.
What a game. Yeah,
Very good.
it's amazing.
All right, good morning, everyone. I will officially call this meeting to order. First and foremost, I would like us all to take a moment of silence in honor of the student that we lost so tragically this week. Thank you. We also have two new board members who are joining us today. So I would like to welcome Kinsel James and Jeff Bolander to the table. So thank you very much for joining us. We are thrilled to have you here both. I would also like to welcome the members of Impact who are here with us today. For those of you who don't know, Impact is JMU's leadership program. So would you please stand so that we can at least acknowledge it? Wow. We also have graduate students from the Sports and Recreation Leadership 605 Organizational Communication class. Did I get that all right? Very good. Would you please stand so we can acknowledge you as well? Fantastic and welcome. I would also like to, a day early, but acknowledge Veterans Day. We actually have 3 now veterans sitting around the table with us. And so personally, I believe every day should be Veterans Day. But thank you for your service and we appreciate you. We're very happy to have everyone here today. So thank you for coming. Moving on to our agenda, we have the consent agenda. And first is the approval of minutes for September 15th. Is there anyone who would like to remove an item from the consent agenda? Is there a motion then to approve the consent agenda? Thank you. Is there a second? Second. Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? So moved. Moving on to the committees. First, academic excellence. Laura Major.
Okay, thank you. The Academic Excellence Committee heard the following reports. We first also started by recognizing our impact program members who were in attendance. And then Provost Coltman gave her divisional update for academic affairs. She began by observing a moment of silence to remember both Edwin O'Shea, Associate Professor in the College of Science and Mathematics, who passed away in late September, and student Bernard Staplefeld, who died yesterday. The provost then discussed elements of student success with an emphasis on advising with the newly developed program of Reengineering Madison, which is designed to help collaboration between colleges and departments so that when students are receiving advising services, of which there are 87 first-year advisors here at JMU for a very large class of students, that it helps with communication so that we can serve our students in a better way and help them be successful here. Then we heard about our libraries. We had an area spotlight that was led by Dean Bethany Novisky and library professors Carolyn Schubert and Yasmin Shorish. They presented on the way that our library system serves as a research infrastructure for JMU. It helps faculty and students with the resources, the spaces, the academic technologies, and expertise they need to conduct 21st century research. enhancing the impact of JMU's publications by helping them reach a global audience. So we saw an impressive slide of all of the countries that access our research here, and it was a huge number of them. Then Dean Novisky highlighted the Carrier Library expansion and shared the link to an award-winning interactive website where updates and information about the project can be viewed. Many of us around the table spent a lot of time in Carrier. Maybe not so many of us.
For the record, she turned to the right, not the left.
Noted. But for those of us who did, I highly recommend going to that website. It has a live webcam, so if you're interested in seeing the construction, it's going to be an absolutely stunning facility on campus with all of the light and windows that we expect from new construction at JMU. So sorry, John. Moving on. Then we heard a wonderful group of students presented to us on research, but Anthony Tongan kicked us off with an explanation of READY, which is research, economic development, and innovation. He highlighted JMU's growth in research expenditures and expanded resources for faculty and students that support our R2 status. He presented on university-wide activities that include leading economic development efforts with local, regional, and state level partners, and gave some great examples of faculty-student research projects. And then we heard from 3 students who gave us some very specific information about the research that they're doing here at JMU. We heard from independent scholar major Shukrana Shukrola with her faculty advisor, Phil Frana. She presented her success story, which included securing $20,000 of scholarship money to do study abroad. She had gone to quite a few, I believe 6 different countries with these scholarships, and was talking about the impact of that, and the support that she had received from JMU. Miriam El-Assel, who is also an independent scholar major with faculty advisor Matt Chamberlain, presented on the barriers to reforming the criminal and youth justice systems. She highlighted the practicality of interdisciplinary approaches and the value of engaged and work-based learning. Perry Evans also spoke to us. He's majoring in integrated science and technology. His faculty advisor was Hal Zhang, and they presented their integrated science and technology research exploring algorithms and models tailored for enhancing smart machine and production control with manufacturing systems. So a nice little view of lots of different types of research that students are doing here. Then we moved on to some curriculum updates. We had a presentation from Paula Maxwell, who is the Associate Vice Provost for Curriculum. She gave us a very brief overview of how the curriculum works and how that fits into the degree program. And thankfully she was there because it's a pretty complex system to understand. She gave us the updates on pending curriculum change and proposed 3 items that will need our approval, but they also need SHEV approval. After updating the committee on the status of these 3 pending proposals approved by the board previously, Paula asked for the discontinuance of 2 degree programs. These discontinuances are contingent on the final approval from SHEV for the pending proposals. Madam Rector, on motion from committee, I move the full board approve the discontinuation of the community health education BS and speech pathology BA BS, contingent on the approval of pending SHEV proposals for new degree programs.
Thank you, Ms. Major. I just want to remind the board that per Robert's rules, we do not ask for a second for motions coming in from committee. So I will move us to any discussion or comments associated with this motion. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So moved.
Okay, so the second request was to elevate a major that we have here already, but that's environmental earth science to a standalone degree program. This would increase visibility for student recruitment and provide a greater ability to offer environmental earth science specific courses. No additional resources are requested, and the employment outlook for this degree program is higher than average. Madam Rector, on motion from committee, I move the full board approve this new environmental earth science SABS standalone degree program.
Thank you. Any discussion or questions? All those in favor? Any opposed? So moved.
All right. And last, the third proposal was to change the current name of the Department of Foreign Languages, Literatures and Cultures to the Department of World Languages and Cultures, effective fall 2024. The requested name is more commonly used in this discipline, and the limited costs associated with the name change will come from funds in the existing departmental budget, so no additional resources are needed. Madam Rector, on motion from committee, I move the full board approve the proposed name change of the Department of Foreign Languages, Literatures and Cultures to Department of World Languages and Cultures.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? All those in favor? Any opposition? So moved.
Okay, and lastly, we heard from our faculty senate speaker, Kathy Ott-Welter. She shared a synopsis of the October and November Senate meetings. She expressed thanks to President Alger for attending the October in-person faculty senate meeting, which was the first one they'd had since the pandemic in person. And President Alger was able to weave answers to faculty questions about workload, campus safety, and salaries into his remarks. She also thanked Dean Bob Colbert for attending the virtual November Faculty Senate meeting and providing a thorough overview of the re-engineering Madison, which I mentioned earlier in my report. The Senate continues to explore what makes faculty successful at JMU. The speaker highlighted the study abroad activities and student achievements in the adult degree program and the recent health policy summit, which brought together 4 departments from 2 colleges, along with the Center for Civic Engagement, to provide an interprofessional event for students to work together to address health policy concerns, which was really wonderful to hear about students who are getting degrees in fields that will ultimately be impacted by policy, having an opportunity to work together to understand how policy is created and what are the things you have to take into consideration when you're creating policy. So it was a really great overview of a fantastic program here at JMU.
Okay.
All right, Madam Rector, I move the report of the Academic Excellence Committee be accepted.
Thank you, Ms. Major. Committee reports do require a second, so do I have a second?
Second, sir.
Thank you. All those, any comments or questions? Yes.
Madam Rector, I want to thank Speaker Ott-Welter for especially the Health Policy Summit. It was great to hear that the work you're doing with the local community services board by inviting them to the table too. For those that aren't aware, they manage the mental health response in this community, in this area. And I know serving on the Fairfax Human Services Council, how much stress the community services board had been under the COVID years. So thank you for bringing them to the table and for sharing what came out of that summit.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other comments or questions? All those in favor? Any opposition? So moved. Next, I'd like to call on Michael Stolfus to give us an update on the Advancement and Engagement Committee.
Thank you, Madam Rector. The Advancement Committee met yesterday afternoon and heard the following reports. First was fundraising. Jared Lowry reported that we have generated over $700,000 this year in the athletics funds. Next was Jeff Gilligan. He reported, which by the way, congratulations to the entire team for this. He reported that last fiscal year was the second strongest giving year in the history of the university. $23.5 million was raised. So Jeff also reported that thus far this year, we've raised $6.8 million. Next was Dr. Nick Langridge, gave his reports, and he shared three things. First was that the planning for the next comprehensive campaign is underway. Second was, and please mark your calendars for this, February 22nd is the next Giving Day. The name of this Giving Day will be Give Like a Duke. So please mark your calendars. We then discussed a recent market study, and out of that market study, the potential for various corporate partnerships. We then heard from Dr. Sharon Lovell, who is the Dean of the College of Health and Behavioral Studies. Dr. Lovell reported on the growth in the CHBS programs, including nursing, and the related space. There's space impacts, and there's also equipment resources that are needed for the HBS building. She shared a proposal with regards to expansion of the nursing program. We then heard from Dr. Amit Shala, Ambassador Dr. Amit Shala, who is a friend of many of ours. He is JMU's global ambassador. Dr. Shala he reported that this fall, he and the International Alumni Advisory Council held their first board meeting in September. The council's aim is to purposefully engage with over 3,200 international alumni who represent JMU literally around the globe. The council's goal includes strengthening the alumni network, and the hope is that the result of this will be both additional international applications and also international student scholarships. Finally, we have so much to be proud of here at JMU. Chris Myers presented to us a handful of videos which have been created by the team, world class. And these videos tell the university's this unique story, but very inspiring story for prospective students, for our university community, and to the higher education marketplace writ large. So, Madam Rector, I move, so that's the end of the report. Madam Rector, I move the report of the Advancement Committee be accepted.
Thank you, Mr. Stoltes. There is second.
Second.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions regarding this report? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? All right, so moved. Thank you, Mr. Stoltes. Next, John Lynch to give us an update on the Athletics Committee.
The Athletics Committee heard the following reports at the meeting on Thursday, November 9th. The first report was very informative, and it's kind of stating the obvious. This is one of the most exciting times ever, if not ever.
He's the one who didn't go much.
But everyone is so excited and proud. I know it starts with the president, Director Bourne, and all of our coaches, staff, and players. We could not be more thankful for what athletics has done. So then we went to the formal reports. The formal report was Director Bourne. So JMU teams have compiled a 53-29-13 cumulative record for a .626 winning percentage. Football sits at 9-0 and first place in the Sun Belt at 6-0. The Dukes climbed to number 21 in the AP poll and number 21 in the coaches poll on October 29th. Multiple metrics rank JMU as the top group of 5 team in the country, which is just amazing. Men's basketball is 1-0 and was picked first in the Sun Belt preseason poll.
I'm sorry.
I'm getting to that. Last time I checked, I thought I was the chairman.
Tell me,
So men's basketball is 2-0, but I'm getting to it. Is in the report was 1-0. I will say that was picked first in the Sun Belt preseason poll. The Dukes opened the season with a 79-76 overtime win at number 4 Michigan State Monday night. Just an incredible hit. Reporting just the second ranked win in program history and first since 1992. As you heard from many colleagues, now JMU is 2-0 with an incredible win last night at Kent State in double overtime. I didn't think anything could beat the Michigan State game, and that may have. I mean, it was amazing. It was just incredible. So women's basketball is 1-1 and was picked first in the Sun Belt preseason poll. Men's soccer sits at 8-4-5 and finished fourth in the Sun Belt. Women's soccer sits at 9-4-8 and earned the number 5 seed in the Sun Belt Championship. The Dukes knocked off top-seeded and previously undefeated South Alabama in the semifinals before falling in overtime in the title game versus Old Dominion. JMU did earn an at-large bid to the NCAA tournament for the first time since 2015, and that's in Columbia, South Carolina now. Volleyball sits at 19-6, and field hockey concluded its season going 5-12. Then we turn to Jen Phillips with the academic report, and I realize everyone knows how great the teams are doing. This academic report is off the charts too, and it's just as important. JMU posted a single year APR of 993, while 11 of 17 programs had a perfect 1,000 single year score, and all 17 programs hit the department benchmark of 960 or higher in the multi-year score. The department achieved an average cumulative GPA of 3.179. This was the 6th straight year of meeting or exceeding the 3.0 threshold outlined in the university's strategic plan. Academic accolades from this past academic year include 195 student athletes being named to the university's dean's list and 91 student athletes making the president's list. I just think that's remarkable. JMU was also recently awarded the Sun Belt Conference top academic honor with the Student Athlete Graduation Rate Award. All just incredible stats for JMU and academics with athletes. We next turn to a report from Ty Phillips. It's the student athlete engagement. It's a facility impact. It's the new convocation center that everyone has seen or hopefully will see soon. The recently renovated convocation center has had a tremendous impact on the student athlete community of JMU, offering a centralized location to 150 plus student athletes from 8 programs, which includes access to essential facilities such as a fueling station, fully equipped weight rooms, an athletic training room, coaching and staff offices, locker rooms, team, study spaces, and tutoring rooms. We toured it yesterday. It's just an amazing facility, so hopefully everyone can tour it really soon. Student athletes have reported that the new convocation center offers a hub that allows them to interact with their peers and fosters an environment that focuses on the full student athlete. The Student Athlete Advisory Committee continues to focus on mental health and developing a united student athlete voice. Goals for the new year include increased community service, diversity and inclusion engagement, and the fostering of stronger connections to promote the full student athlete experience. Our last update was from Scooter Renkin. It was a development update. The Duke Club is trending in a great direction after a record-breaking fiscal year 2023. The donor number as of October 20th, 2023 is 2,563, up 200 donors from last year. The annual fund sits at 694,400. Total fundraising efforts are at $704,814. There is a Diggin' Dukes campaign, which will take place on November 28th, which will highlight our restricted giving funds. The fiscal year 24 goals include raising $4.8 million to the annual fund and securing 6,000 donors, which we all want to help Scooter and the Duke Club do. And end of the year giving campaign will ramp up for these last 2 months of 2023, in addition to several major gift commitments being paid by the end of the year. Madam Rector, I move to accept the report of the Athletics Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Lynch. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you very much. I have two comments. First, the academic element of this report to me is the most important. While what we see and experience on the field and the courts of play is a lot of fun, I have always greatly respected Jeff Bourne's focus and attention to the fact that these are student athletes. So I think that report is a testament, and just again, the incredible quality of the athletes that we draw here, not only their talent on the field, but their talent in this classroom is just amazing. The second comment is actually a shout out to the 12th man. JMU Nation is showing up. When to hear at an away game like Georgia State, where you hear the dominant chant of JMU over the broadcast, it's amazing. And the students are showing up to the game on Halloween for the ODU homecoming game. That section was mobbed before kickoff, which is a first ever witnessed by yours truly. Incredibly impressive. And then they stay to watch the games because they are fun, they're engaging, and they're exciting. So huge shout out to the students. Keep it up, keep coming. We're having a lot of fun, and go Dukes. Go Dukes. Go Dukes. Any other comments?
Beth, one of the things that really sticks out for me is we have a lot of talented athletes, but they are getting their best work from their coaches. And so I think, Jeff, your team, just building a culture of a healthy culture and supportive environment. So I'd like to commend all the coaches and people that you've selected in those roles and building that team that I think is so important.
Right. Thank you, Terry. It's a great call. Yes.
Madam Rector, I just want to congratulate the university on the remake of the Convo. For those of us that went to school here in the late 90s, early 2000s, it's completely unrecognizable. So I invite all the alumni watching at home to please come back to JMU and tour because you'll be blown away.
Yeah.
Good point.
You forgot the age.
The 80s too.
He went to that building.
I went to that building.
Okay. Any other comments? All right. All those in favor? Any opposition? Thank you. Next, Vice Director Falcon, the report for the Audit Risk and Compliance Committee.
Thank you, Madam Rector. The Audit Risk and Compliance Committee convened at 2:45 p.m. on November 9th. Robin Bryan, Associate Vice President for IT, Chief Information Officer, VKG, Director of IT Security, Information Security Officer, and Natasha Owens, Director of IT Policy and Compliance, provided an update on information technology. They discussed the recent implementation of Microsoft 365 and progress with re-engineering Madison, in particular CRM, constituent relationship management projects for advising and advancement. Work on data governance and identity and access management is key to re-engineering Madison. Efforts to ensure compliance with GLBA, the Graham-Leach-Bliley Act, are well underway with a new university policy in review and a GLBA information security standard in place. The committee received a written annual report regarding GLBA compliance from VKG ISO as required by the GLBA Safeguards Act. Other compliance work with PCI, HIPAA, and accessibility continues. Risks such as ransomware, cyber threats, accidental mishandling of data, and system decentralization were discussed, as well as the unique challenges in higher education environments. IT continues to lead contingency management efforts with critical IT functions reviewed annually, along with tabletop exercises and testing. Third-party vendor management has become increasingly important as more systems are cloud-based. And I'll just say this presentation is always very eye-opening. Every single year that I've sat through it in the audit committee, it's shocking to see how many threats we are constantly dealing with on the IT side. But then it is also very reassuring to see the work that this department is doing, keeping us safe. So my thanks. Becky Holmes then presented the Management Action Plan status report to the committee. All action plans have been completed or are on target for completion. The committee then went into closed session to review and discuss internal audit reports issued since the last meeting, and the meeting adjourned at 4:10 p.m. Madam Rector, I move the report of the Audit, Risk, and Compliance Committee be accepted.
Mr. Falcon, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry, were there any comments or questions? All those opposed? All right, so moved. Thank you. Next, Mr. Rothenberger, Finance and Physical Development.
Hey, thank you, Madam Rector. The Finance and Physical Development Committee heard the following reports at the meeting on November 9th, 2023. First up is the financial review. Mark Angel, Associate Vice President for Finance, reviewed the financial report and reported that the university's revenue and expenditures were appropriate and in line for the first 3 months of the fiscal year. He then went into the university debt review. He presented a review of the university's debt portfolio. As of June 30th, 2024, the university will have approximately $401 million in outstanding bonds. The university's annual debt ratio is well within the board's established guidelines. The university has complied with all significant financial and operating bond covenants and does not have any off-balance sheet financing at all. Next up was a bond resolution for student housing. Mark Angel presented the bond resolution. The state treasury requires the Board of Visitors to approve resolutions authorizing the treasury to sell bonds for self-supporting projects. This resolution is for the construction of phase 1 of the Village Housing Project with 9C debt backed by the full faith and credit of the Commonwealth of Virginia. A copy of this resolution can be found in the full board binder. The committee approved the bond resolution, and Madam Rector, at this time, I move the board approve the Village Housing Phase 1 bond resolution.
Is there any questions or discussions regarding this motion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? So moved.
Thank you. Next up, Tawana Moore gave an update on the Efficiency Review Committee. The committee members have been selected and their first actual meeting will take place this afternoon. Next was a university police update. Anthony Matos, Chief of Police, gave an overview of the University Police Department, discussed their recent reaccreditation by the Commonwealth of Virginia, as well as their national expectations. Next was Craig Short, a capital projects update. He's the Associate Vice President for Business Services. He gave a report on recently completed projects, projects under construction, projects in design for both capital and non-capital projects. All of the projects are progressing according to schedule. Meeting adjourned 2:25 p.m. Madam Rector, I move the report of the Finance and Physical Development Committee be accepted, please.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion or comments regarding this report? All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Any opposition? So moved. That will move us to the Governance Committee. Mr. White.
Madam Rector, the Governance Committee discussed the following items at its meeting yesterday. The committee reviewed several revisions to the board manual at its previous September meeting, and during yesterday's meeting approved the revisions. So, Madam Rector, I move the following 3 revisions now be approved by the full board. First, the first is a clarifying revision to the term and identification of the student representative. And it will read as follows: the non-voting student representative serves a term of 1 year. The student representative may be elected to a second 1-year term, but is not eligible to serve for more than 2 successive one-year terms. The term of office shall be from the date of the May graduation to the following May graduation. The second is regarding the board's rights and powers and concerns removing board approval of faculty senate bylaws from the article that sets forth the board's rights and powers. So there is a provision in the current bylaws that currently reads, the bylaws of the faculty senate are subject to approval by the board. That would be deleted from the manual. And for context, no other university required approval of faculty senate bylaws by the board. So we're coming in line with the norm. The third involves officers of the board, specifically the secretary. And there's a provision that would be added that would provide as follows. The president shall recommend a university employee to the nominating committee to serve as secretary to the Board of Visitors. So, Madam Rector, these 3 revisions to the bylaws, I now move for approval by the full board.
Thank you, Mr. White. Are there any questions or comments associated with this motion? Okay, all those in favor? Any opposition? Okay, so moved.
Okay, in addition, the committee had a very productive discussion regarding potential site for the April retreat and a robust discussion on the purpose, outcome, and framework for the upcoming board retreat. I'm really excited about this because this is going to be a great one and beneficial to us as a board and beneficial to the university as a whole. So more detailed information will be shared at the February meeting. And finally, in response to our recurrent invitation to submit topics for future meetings, there have been requests for a discussion of potentially improving the already stellar university interaction with the board during periods between board meetings. And so I welcome any input from the board members after this meeting and before our February Governance Committee meeting, as this topic will be on the agenda. Madam Rector, I move the report of the Governance Committee be accepted.
Thank you, Mr. White. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor? Any opposition?
It's the appropriate time to speak to the change in the bylaws that we just spoke as his first point, as Jack's first point.
We certainly can. The appropriate time is actually when we call for questions and comments, but feel free to call.
I had raised this in the last board meeting as well. And because we are looking at this important role of the secretary to this board, I would ask that in the future, any future secretaries that are hired to serve this board, we make sure that they are not burdened with other very heavy roles of this institution. As stewards of the Commonwealth, I think it's our job to be well informed and to ask for information. And I know this position as it currently is has evolved over many years to be a shared position. But I think moving forward, it would be, I'd like to put it as a topic of conversation, that this position be a sole role. And many of our sister and brother organizations have this position as a sole role, the secretary to the board. And this is in no way a complaint of the service that I've received since I've been here. I honestly believe our current secretary must have a doppelganger and multiple people for all the way that she got. But I think moving forward, as we're looking at these bylaws and this change, it's an opportunity for this board to have a good discussion on. This incredibly important position needs to be, and to better reflect the work that this board needs on this person to help us and assist us with.
Okay, thank you, Nicole. Yeah. Appreciate your comments.
I want to
Suzanne?
dovetail on that, having served on another board of visitor, in previous years, I believe that it would be prudent upon us to look at the board manual and to make sure that, we have reflected what responsibilities we want of the secretary. Again, not reflecting against anything Donna does, because she does a fabulous job, but I think we as board members need to have the information we need. And that information, I believe, should come from somebody on the university, i.e. the secretary, providing us good information so we can make informed decisions. So,
Thank you,
confirm what,
Suzanne. I think, as you know, the roles and responsibilities of the secretary are outlined in our board manual. I absolutely feel it is imperative that that manual accurately reflect our expectations of operations of the board. And I think it's prudent for us to continuously go back and look at all elements and how that manual is constructed to ensure that it accurately reflects how we as a board want to operate. So I believe in the next governance committee that should probably be added to the list, along with maybe looking at the rest of the roles and responsibilities to ensure that they are accurately reflected into the expected roles and execution of the board.
I have asked Madam Rector that Jack take that up at the February meeting already.
Perfect. Thank you.
Madam Rector, could I make one more request for this? I'm sure this is would it be possible also for the board members to receive the agendas of the other committees if they don't serve on? Because we serve at the same time as the other committees are going on, it's almost impossible for us to make doubles of ourselves and attend other meetings. And I think because we're charged to vote on these items and not hearing the discussion in the committees, it'd be beneficial to myself and people to have copies of what other committees are.
So Nicole, I'll remind you, all materials for the board meeting are posted to our website 3 days
Discussions
before the meetings. Yeah, so all the board materials are up there and available for your access to be able to go out there and get them. So they have all the motions in them. The discussions are
no discussions.
right. The minutes come out in draft form. So maybe I'm misunderstanding the comment.
No, I think you understand.
I'm the new guy, so I know
Yes,
somewhere
welcome
along the
again.
way, I read something that went from 10 board members to 15. How long ago was that? It was like somewhere, and it wasn't just us, it wasn't.
That, yeah, the makeup of the board, I believe, is dictated by the code.
By the code of Virginia.
How long
Virginia's code
was that
23.
within anybody's, was that?
Not within my tenure.
Okay.
John, you're the longest
It's
tenured
been
member.
15 for
And I just,
over 30
when that
years.
happened.
Over 30 years.
When that happened, when you had a significant increase, not a doubling, but my math shouldn't do math, but adding 5 from 10, whether there was any consideration at that time, the additional, not say burden, additional responsibility of 5 extra members now instead of 10, that the secretary have an additional either assistant or something now that we've got more people asking for things. When we went from 10 to 15, whether at that time we ever said, hey, let's be fair about this, at least a performance bonus or something is in order.
And Donna is not a one-woman show. I mean, so Michelle Rader is here behind the scenes. I'm sure you get emails from her regarding some of the logistics of the meeting. So while Donna has done just an exemplary job and is just a fountain of knowledge, 47 years of service here on campus, I believe, she does have a team of people behind her who is helping to accomplish all the objectives of the role.
Did we
So-
expand that at all though, when we went from 10 to 15? Did your office expand it all?
You weren't
Yeah,
at
that was
that
during Dr. Carrier's time, so.
Oh, that's long.
Yeah. So the role execution has not changed significantly over the course of the last 30 years. Yes.
Madam Rector, is that something we can discuss in the governance committee,
Yes.
hear from Donna,
Absolutely.
find out how the workflow is going, and then come back to the full board with a.
I think that's a great suggestion. Thank you, Kay. It's excellent. Welcome again to the board. Okay, perfect. All right. With that, we have one more report, Terry Edwards for Student Affairs.
Great, we have no motion, so I'm just enjoying the summary. We also had a moment of silence for our student that died yesterday. The Student Affairs reflects the entire board that we're concerned about our student health. We have a lot of students on campus, 25,000, 22,000, and each one is important to us. Dr. Tim Miller gave an update, just a brief update on our strategic plan for for student affairs. And each one of our governing board members that's on that committee agreed to be a subject matter expert for one of the areas to give support. So we've divided that up. We also heard a SGA report from Nate Hazen, who's here today. He has really 3 areas that he's focusing on: campus unity, civic engagement, and internal support, and gave us examples of each. Our student representative to the Board of Visitors, Abigail Canello, gave a really great report on how she's communicating across the campus, and her use of social media is incredibly impressive, the team that has done that from a student perspective. She also hosted a statewide student representative conference and attended the Chev dinner. And she showed us a picture. She had a picture taken with the Secretary of Education, Amy Gadara, and I know that was a very meaningful moment for her. Then we listened to the student life and involvement was our spotlight for the month, for the meeting, and Dr. Jen Grossman-Leopard discussed basic student needs, and she highlighted some of the things that they're focused on to just make sure our students have a healthy environment. And surprisingly to me, the food pantry is one of them. There's a number of students that are food insecure, so that gives them several locations. I think we have a new 3rd location coming up. So any student that is hungry or feels like they don't have food, that they can go there. Also, she spotlighted the student organizations. We have 46 new organizations across JMU. So I think if you say you don't have any place you belong, there's certainly places to belong. She also gave an overview of the fraternity and sorority life initiatives. And we talked about Adam's Law, which is the anti-hazing and how that's done at JMU and reinforced. We then proceeded to a student panel. We had 5 students share with us how JMU's preparing them to be educated and enlightened students. I think the key takeaway for me, and I'm welcome the other members there, which is the maturity and the initiative that these students have taken. And it was a very engaging panel, and it just kind of reminds you how grateful we are for the students that we have. 2 takeaways was, or 3. One student has started an underground music program that goes around and does music throughout the organization called Underground Sound. A second one developed an Ethiopian chapter to pull all the Ethiopian students together. And I think he said he had 60 members, which I was really impressed with that. And then another student was a nursing student that has created a diabetic group of nursing students that are working on diabetes. And I thought that was really insightful as well. When we asked them what was most meaningful to them and their organization or being at JMU, 2 things stood out. One was personal growth, and the second one was their relationship with their professors at JMU, that you feel like they know who you are and they care about you. And I thought that meant a lot. I thought President Alger, you would like to hear that as well. And so, Madam Rector, I move the report of the Student Affairs Committee to be accepted.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor? Oh, I'm sorry. Is there a question or comment?
For Dr. Miller, I'd just like to say, last evening I received a message from a very good friend of mine, whose niece is in attendance here, a freshman here, and in the student who has passed. And I was able to connect her with resources that made me laugh because she was having some trouble dealing with it. And I just want to thank you and your team for the exemplary resources that the students have here now. It's really a testament to your work.
Thank you. And thank you too for handling this with such grace. Okay. All those, any other comments or questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? So moved. Thank you. I'd also like to thank the committee chairs again for your additional service. I very much appreciate our partnership. And with that, we'll move to the president's report. President Alger.
Thank you, Madam Rector, and good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Great to be with you. And I just want to say at the outset, as I give this report, I'll be reporting on a number of recent developments and updates and some recognitions. We've been talking a lot about teams the last couple of days, and everything you're going to hear me talk about is the work of the incredible team that we have here at the university. So I just want to give a shout out to all of my colleagues who are here this morning. All of them have contributed to what you'll hear about. Okay, Don? So we'll start with enrollment here at James Madison University. We've passed what's called the census date now, so we have a good handle on where we stand this year. You see there the total enrollment now of 22,760, a bit over target. We try to be very careful and thoughtful as we make these projections, but this is the third consecutive year of record enrollment. And by the way, applications for next year are well ahead of pace even from this past year, which was a record. So kudos, of course, to our folks in admissions and enrollment management. You see the new freshman enrollment total of 4,930 was over target. It's very difficult to get this number precise given all the unpredictabilities with students applying to so many institutions, but certainly admissions has done a phenomenal job of filling those seats. You see with graduate student enrollment, that was slightly under projections. This number is much harder to predict because it's so many different programs that make up the total. One thing that we do know, and Mark, correct me if I'm wrong, Mark Lesbrance, but one of the challenges currently is in the area of teaching. Of course, people had to get masters in the past. There's now the 4-year program, right, Mark? And so that's made it a little harder to predict, particularly in the College of Education, but that's something we'll be looking at going forward. But overall, really, really good news. You see also in terms of returning students and transfers, and this of course gets in part to retention, right? You don't want students just to come in the door, you want them to stay and to graduate. And those numbers you see were very strong, and particularly look at that out of state number. That's the OS there at 106.1% of projections. So that out of state students can be harder to hold on to in some ways. They're further away from home, so we're really excited about that. Okay, Donna? Now, turning to some major university events and activities since the last board meeting, of course, we had a phenomenally successful family weekend, which is always a highlight for us. And then homecoming week, and it really is a week. It's not just a football game, right? There are so many different activities that take place, and people forget sometimes that having a sport like football, having an athletics program can be a catalyst for so many other aspects of life at the university. Just one example of one of the great activities that we had that week was the Rocco Forum on the Future, where we bring in distinguished speakers to talk about big issues that students and all of us should be thinking about for the future. This year, Linda Yates, who's a great friend of the university, talked about innovation, entrepreneurship, and venture capital, and gave just a terrific presentation. Speaking of which, Tom, next. So, speaking of Linda Yates, the Holland Yates Hall dedication took place also during homecoming week on October 27th, celebrating the largest cash gift in JMU's history from Paul Holland and Linda Yates, who are a wonderful couple. Paul, of course, is an alum many of you know, who lives out in California. The theme was Gateway to JMU and Passport to the World, because of course Holland Yates Hall is the home of admissions. It's where the tours now start. So when students, prospective students and families come to JMU, this is where they first begin to learn and have that JMU experience. So a really important gateway. And among other things, the Center for Global Engagement is also housed in Holland Yates Hall. And of course, they do terrific work, as you've heard earlier, in terms of study abroad and creating that global context for the work of JMU. And the investment that Paul and Linda made also is providing support for, as you see, scholarships for student recruitment, for study abroad, very appropriately, one of their many interests, and entrepreneurship. And I know Mary Beth and Laura, I think, were with us. We have, I think, just a quick video done with a couple of highlights. It was such a meaningful moment to hear from the two of them.
I was lucky enough to be on such a special Dominican Republic trip that was offered through Honors and Centennial Scholars. It was one of the most diverse groups JMU has ever taken abroad. This was my first study abroad experience ever, and while it had its ups and downs, I am so glad that I went. I'm low income and have been considered low income my whole life. Because of this, I tend to focus on what I don't have. I don't have a lot of money, I don't get fancy gifts, I can't afford a car. The Dominican Republic was a wake-up call. During the first 2 days there, we did community service, and it opened my eyes so much to what I do have. I have a shelter and easy access to clean water, hot showers, and food. We were building houses for people who lived in shacks that were nearly falling apart. They had to ride horses to the nearest water source to collect water. It was truly an eye-opening and inspiring experience. This trip was funded by Centennial and Honors, and that was why I and so many others who could have never dreamed of studying abroad were able to go. You all are helping more people have the unique opportunity to study abroad.
This building, it houses admissions, it houses a graduate school. We got 3 graduate degrees between the two of us. And it houses the international program, which is very important for me. So Nay, I was one of those kids that couldn't afford to go. And it killed me. Like, I really wanted to, but I worked all 4 years while I was here. So hearing your story is like incredibly fulfilling for me and for Linda. So they came back and they said, we're going to make Holland Yates Hall the gateway to JMU and the passport to the world. And it just hit us at such a visceral level that it just knocked us over. With the leadership provided by John and Mary Ann Alger, I've been associated with 4 or 5 presidents over my time. I've never seen the university progress as much as it has under your leadership. I'll just tell you that flat out.
I told Paul I'm not speaking today because today I just want to be his best friend and his wife. And he too is the love of my life. And I would not be where I am today without him, which means I wouldn't be out where I am today without all of you, because all of you have made him. So I'm super, super grateful. I could not be more proud of what Paul has done. This opportunity for him to be able to do this and this gift that you've given to him really, really is truly meaningful, because it's a gift to us. It's not our gift to you, it's your gift to us. And for that, I'm truly grateful. And I love you very much.
Countdown. 3, 2, 1.
I can't imagine a better testament for philanthropy, right, Nick, than to hear people talk about not their tremendous gift to the university, but saying, you have given us a gift by giving us this opportunity. Linda, by the way, is not even an alum of JMU, although we consider her an honorary Duke. So if you see Paul and Linda in the future, please, please thank them for the opportunities they're creating. So speaking of the gift that they have given, you heard from Nay, one of our students, talk about being a first-generation student here at JMU. And this is one of the major themes of our strategic plan and something that we're focusing on. When we talk about opening doors of opportunity at JMU, we want to make sure that students of all backgrounds have access to a JMU education. And we know that there are a lot of students whose parents did not have the opportunity to go to college who would love to have that opportunity. So just a couple of quick highlights about some of the many activities going on in this regard. First of all, some of you, but maybe not everybody, is aware of our Professor in Residence program, where we have faculty members from JMU who are out in middle and high schools around the Commonwealth of Virginia, trying to encourage students to think about college, to take the right kind of courses and curriculum so that they would be prepared for a place like JMU. Just one example is our technology lab partnership with the George Wythe High School in Richmond. There are a number of others where our faculty are out there directly with students. And the new Reddix Center for first generation students is absolutely off to a tremendous start. It just opened this year, but already this fall, they've been doing all sorts of things to open the doors of JMU wide open for first generation students. You saw a welcome dinner, teaching students about study skills. Again, these are first generation students whose parents can't necessarily tell them how to do college, right? A study abroad pop-up to encourage first generation students to consider study abroad, a pitch competition that was very successful, and a number of other programs. In fact, some of us were at a reception just this week with those first generation students, and we were joined by many first generation faculty and staff as well. And what an amazing experience and set of connections that was. So again, Donna, thank you to you and your team and Sean Mooney for their efforts on that front. Okay. Turning to another area now, you've heard a lot about JMU's transition to being an R2 National Research University. And of course, the renamed office now of Research, Economic Development, and Innovation plays a big part of that. And Laura mentioned from the Academic Excellence Committee some of the highlights from this group. But one of the things that this office is really doing now is to include that economic development piece, because we know that that's an important part of what we do as an anchor institution for the Shenandoah Valley. It relates to the research and the scholarship that we do in service to the public. And a big part of their success and of making us a truly national and nationally recognized university is their external connections and involvement at a national level and scale. So I'm very excited to note a couple of our folks from that office who are doing great work. All of them are, but let's see. Chief Research Officer Anthony Tongan, where are you? Anthony, would you stand? Anthony was just elected to APLU's Council on Research, the Executive Committee, and selected to serve on the Commonwealth Cyber Initiative's Technical Advisory Board as well. So at the state level and at the national level, Anthony is representing us as we talk about our research efforts. APLU is holding, that's the Association of Public and Land Grant Universities, by the way, is holding its national conference next week, and a number of us will be there. And JMU already is prominently at the table, even as a new member of APLU, thanks to Anthony and his team. And also Assistant Vice President Betsy Muhanja, where are you? Betsy, would you stand? Was selected as an APLU COR Research Leadership Fellow and a Carnegie Africa Diaspora Fellow. And Betsy is providing great leadership for a number of our programs here. Betsy, thank you so much for being here and for your leadership. So again, a reflection of JMU at the national stage, and that means having leaders like Anthony and Bessie at the table for these important national conversations. All right. Another example of that excellence in terms of being a national research university, you've heard a lot about different centers at JMU, and one of the most exciting interdisciplinary centers that we now have that is brand new is this Innovation Center for Youth Justice, which just opened again this year. It's a collaboration with the Robert F. Kennedy National Resource Center for Juvenile Justice. And of course, we all know that these are issues that are really important in American society. So we've had scholarships for students that allow them to participate in the important work of the center. They're conducting national level research on youth justice reform, creating incredible learning opportunities for our students, and we'll be working on policy innovation with regard to youth justice going forward. So a really important center for us. Some of you may have interest in that work, and we encourage you to learn more as the center is engaging faculty from a number of disciplines across JMU. Turning now to another sort of competition. So we've heard a lot about competitions in athletics, and of course, a lot of success there, but we should know that we've got students competing all over the place in significant competitions. And this is just one example. So recently, the Center for Professional Sales sponsored a competition called the Rumble in Rocktown. There were 17 companies and 35 representatives that came for this. We had students from Virginia Tech, Old Dominion, VCU, and JMU with 23 total competitors. And yes, first place went to JMU. Matthew Dunda, are you here? Matthew, would you stand so we can acknowledge and congratulate you? Matthew is a senior in marketing. Congratulations, Matthew. We can't wait to see how you represent the Dukes after you graduate. So congratulations, and very exciting to see your success. Great to have you with us. All right, then. Some other recognitions. As we think about being a national university in the 21st century, we all know that technology is changing higher education in some really significant ways. And that work is being reflected all across the university. And so these are just a couple of projects that were recently recognized by Virginia's CIO, Robert Osmond, at the annual Commonwealth of Virginia Innovative Technology Symposium. First, a program called Learning Access Through Universal Design. Very important. Again, being inclusive, making sure that people of all backgrounds have access. They won in the Best Customer Experience Initiative in Education category. And what I love is when you look at who's working together here, JMU Libraries, the College of Health and Behavioral Studies, and other partners. Likewise, Histories Along the Blue Ridge, which I think we heard a little bit about in Academic Excellence yesterday, one in the Innovative Use of Technology Local Government category. And again, JMU Libraries, the Department of History, and the Rockingham County Court working together on this historical project. Notice the work of the libraries. So Bethany, where are you? Did I see her? I thought Bethany was here earlier. Anyway, the libraries are doing phenomenal work supporting all of us at the university when it comes to educational technology. And so a real shout out to them and the great work that they do. Speaking of technology, another major effort, and you already heard mention of this again, Laura mentioned in her report, the work on advising. Reengineering Madison is the title we've given to this overarching project as we develop a new CRM, a constituent relationship management system for the entire university. The first thing we're doing is focused on advising because it is so important for student success. And what we heard yesterday, if you were in that committee meeting, is that students have a variety of advisors, a first year advisor, and then someone from their major while they're here. And then obviously they start to think about their futures after they graduate. So trying to capture all of that together to make sure that students don't fall between the cracks, that we're aware of how we're supporting students across the board. That's what this is going to help us to do, to streamline that, to gather all the information in one place and make it accessible. So really, really excited about what the technology can now do for us to help provide better student service. And so there's a lot going on in Reengineering Madison. The leadership team is meeting constantly to talk about next steps. This is a multi-year, multi-phased project, but great and very appropriate that it starts with the importance of student advising because student success is at the heart of everything we do at JMU. Okay, now, I wanted to mention a couple of highlights from administration and finance. We don't always give these folks the shout outs that they deserve because they just make the university run efficiently and smoothly, right? But just a couple of things, parking and transportation. This is not often an office that gets held up for cheers, but they do really important work and they were recognized as a silver level bicycle friendly university because of their efforts by the League of American Bicyclists. And keep in mind, right, that this whole issue of transportation has been identified locally as one of the most important challenges in our region, trying to provide different forms of transportation. So the fact that the university has been working with partners on this front to be a bike-friendly campus and a bike-friendly community has been really helpful. And dining. Now, I think most of you know the food is pretty good at JMU, right? But it doesn't just happen by accident. We've had a tremendous partnership with Aramark for many years. And a couple of highlights here, you see that there were challenges as we had had some changes in concessions, particularly in the football stadium, but we heard from our constituents, made some changes, and you see a 56% increase in transactions, which I know makes Tawana happy, right, Tawana, this year. And a couple of neat things from some of our places to eat on campus. Bistro 1908 and then D Hall reached higher certification levels measured by the Green Restaurant Association, the only certified green restaurants in Harrisonburg. And then the Virginia Green Travel Alliance recently awarded JMU Dining the 2023 Virginia Green Travel Star Award. So nice to see those green awards for sustainability as well as high quality. And speaking of high quality, look at that for dining again, named in the top 20 on Princeton Review's list for best campus food, landing us now in the top 20 for more than 20 years. And that may seem like a trivial thing, people think about it, but it's actually a big deal because food brings people together. Yeah, John, do you want to?
I just, if it's okay, just make a comment to add on to that. I don't think they get enough pats on the back. They do an amazing job. Tawana and Diane and Mark and their team of over 100 people making things run. And one example is and I think this goes around for all of the leadership, but Tawana told us yesterday in the committee meeting that she herself went down to make sure that the Chick-fil-A line was moving properly. Because the Chick-fil-A line is the biggest backup every single day. And she reported in that the changes that they made for that small adjustment reduced her time in the line down to 12 minutes.
Absolutely.
It's just an example, I think, of the level of detail the most senior people are putting forward in their areas of responsibility. So I just want to make sure that everybody understands the level of commitment that group puts in.
That's a great example. And when you think about food, so you're absolutely right. Chick-fil-A is very popular with the students, as you all know, and they did make some improvements specifically to deal with that line, thanks to Tawana and her team. But you think about food, it brings people together, right? It also keeps students on campus. Even students that live off campus get dining plans on campus, and that actually affects things like student retention. So if anyone ever thinks this is just sort of superfluous, it is actually central to student success. Now, speaking of central to student success, another group, to John's point, that reports to Tawana, and John, you mentioned the work of our university police in your report. They are doing tremendous work for us, and I can tell you the stresses of that job, and you probably all know it's very difficult to get and retain good officers, and we have tremendous leadership with Tony Matos and his team here. They are working to now get national accreditation, which is pretty rare for a campus police force, but it would be yet another mark of distinction for us at this R2 national level. So we're really grateful to Tony and his team. If you see Tony, he is actually, I think, not in the room, but he's always at these meetings just outside the door, keeping all of us safe. And do thank him. He's had a long week. His team has worked incredibly hard. So great thanks to Tony and his team. Okay. Turning to another area now, and that is civic engagement. Let me just get my pages straight here. There it is. Okay. A lot going on this front as well. This is one of our signatures as a university, as you all know. JMU is known nationally as a leader in civic engagement, free expression. A lot has happened just since our last meeting. There was a national conference at UVA called Democracy 360. Where is David? David Kirkpatrick, I think you all know, Chief of Staff, and leads the Madison Center as well. We kept hearing at that meeting how JMU was the national model for how to do this work and to scale it across the university. And that's thanks to David and his team. We had the traveling town halls. For those of you that don't know what this is when we have local candidates actually go together to the residence halls and debate and discuss the issues, modeling civil discourse that we want our students to engage in. We have a variety of deliberative forums for our students to talk about different issues, to hear different ideas and perspectives expressed. And examples you see on issues like youth and opportunity and how to encourage and safeguard voting, which is such an important issue in our country. The Next Generation Service Corps is a new initiative for JMU that we have joined. It's a national network, and you see some of the other universities like University of Wisconsin, Indiana, Penn State, Syracuse, and Arizona State. What this is doing is it's helping to provide resources for students that are interested in public service careers. So a really important partnership for us to be a part of. And of course, a lot going on just this week with Election Day. Thanks to our Student Democracy Fellows. I don't know if any of them are here, but they were out. We have for those of you that don't know, we actually have a polling place on campus in Godwin Hall where many of our students vote. And the students were out there all day encouraging students to vote and just being there to support democracy. So thank you, David, to you and your team. At the state level, another big event that occurred recently, and let's see, I think Laura and Dickie were both at this one, if I'm not mistaken. I hope I'm not forgetting anyone else, but at Richmond, we have this every year. The Chamber of Commerce with the Virginia Business Higher Ed Council sponsors the Education and Workforce Conference, and we had a good group from JMU there, and the theme really this year was all about internships and work-based learning opportunities. We hear from employers all the time that that's what they want to see in our graduates, that they're prepared for the workplace. And so some really great things happening, of course, at JMU, but also statewide, talking about how we can encourage particularly small businesses to provide internships that are meaningful for students. And so there's a lot of work being done to try to make those opportunities available. Of course, we have whole programs like nursing, and teaching where students have some sort of work experience as a requirement. But to provide this for everybody, for all students across all majors, is a really ambitious undertaking that we're talking about at the Commonwealth level. Okay, Don, thanks. A couple of other highlights. We've talked already about technology, and of course, artificial intelligence is a huge part of what is affecting us in higher education. And I think most of you know that we now have a task force underway thinking about artificial intelligence, and they're probably using AI to do the thinking of this work. But it's a group that's looking at a variety of different areas. You see their administrative applications, thinking about the student experience and how we can improve student support services and impact on things like authorship and the creation of new knowledge. And how do you think about that? What does it mean for teaching and learning? We already have 72 participants that are in different working groups. We have students that are engaged with them and also alumni as well, because we have alumni in the field that are working in artificial intelligence. And this is one of those task forces that, you know, the job was really to just help us to think about both the opportunities and the challenges going forward. We know that we've got to think about pedagogy, given that students now have access to ChatGPT. We also know that there's a lot that artificial intelligence can do to make us more efficient and effective in how we support our students. So I'm looking forward to some really great wisdom coming out of this group. Thank you, Don. We've heard a lot about athletics today, and of course, it was bittersweet at the last meeting when we talked about the fact that Athletic Director Jeff Warren, there he is talking about retiring. It's not too late, Jeff, to change your mind. After 25 years of incredible service at JMU. But sadly, we did put together a search committee, and you see the list of names here. Co-chairs are Tawana Moore, who of course is here, our vice president. Mike Battle, many of you know, an alum of JMU who was a student athlete here, as well as a member of the Board of Visitors. So they are the two co-chairs. We have two current members of the board serving. John Lynch, thank you, as chair of the athletics committee, and Jack White, also as a member and a former student athlete himself on the committee. And then Roger Sankson, our faculty athletics representative. Mark Gabriel, some of you may know Mark, a professor of biology who was a swimmer at JMU and does a lot to support and work with our student athletes. Nick Langridge is on the committee, of course, our vice president for advancement, who previously worked in athletics fundraising. Donna Harper, a former student athlete herself. And then Deborah Tompkins Johnson, well known to many of you, who is a former member of the Board of Visitors and alum of JMU. So a great committee working with our consultants. I've been hearing from the consultants already that there is a lot of interest in this position. I know that's surprising, right, given the publicity. Speaking of which, last slide here, Donna. So we've already heard, of course, John Lynch covered all the different recent successes, so I won't repeat all of these on the field. But I do want to say a couple things about the impact of athletics. First of all, obviously there's a tremendous level of excitement both on campus and off campus. This is something that engages people across all persuasions, right? Athletics is one of those things that can actually unite people. And again, that shouldn't be undervalued. That's an important thing that athletics can bring to the university. And there are other students that get opportunities through athletics. So yes, we have great student athletes, and yes, they're doing incredibly well in the classroom, but let's not forget about folks like the Marching Royal Dukes, right? You've got 510 members of that organization representing all majors across the university who have great experience and exposure and tremendous teamwork that they do as part of this effort. And then you've got the cheer team and the dance team, and so student trainers and others that work in areas like sports medicine. So a lot of opportunities being created for many students, and obviously a great form of engagement with our alumni and other community members as well. So kudos and hats off to Jeff and his team. This is not an accident, right? This success is the result of long-term planning. This board has been a big part of that, and I want to say thank you to all of you for getting us to this place and doing it in the right way. And I think what Mary Beth said about the academic success is so important, that it's not just about winning and losing. I mean, yes, that's great. We love it. We love being the top story on ESPN. We love having the Wall Street Journal. Who knew that they covered sports, right? But running a major article about JMU, the Washington Post. But it's that academic success that should make us most proud, because we are setting these students up for success in life. Now, with that, that's the last slide. But I do have one other very bittersweet thing to share as part of my report. And that has to do with someone who's already been mentioned a couple of times today, Donna Harper, our Vice President for Access and Enrollment Management and Secretary to the Board, who has announced that she will be retiring at the end of this academic year. Now, a few comments about Donna, just so for context that many of you may not know. I'm going to choke up, sorry. Sorry, Donna. I didn't know it was going to be like this. Donna has worked at JMU since 1977. And you can do the math, I'm not going to do that. But she graduated then with her BS degree in psychology from JMU. She also received a Master of Education and an Educational Specialist degree in counselor education. She is one of the most versatile leaders that you will ever find at this university. Just listen to the job titles that she's held over the years. Assistant to the Office of Student Affairs, Assistant Dean of Students, Assistant to the Associate VP for Student Affairs, Director of the Health Center, Director of Health and Recreation, Associate Vice President for Educational Support and Student Affairs, Executive Assistant to the President, Vice President for Access and Enrollment Management, and Secretary to the Board of Visitors. So Donna has overseen and continues to oversee areas like admissions, financial aid, first generation student success that we've talked about, access and educational outreach, environmental stewardship and sustainability, university events, and Title IX. And I can tell you that Donna is the one that always raises her hand when there's something that doesn't quite fit in someone's job description. She's got that can-do attitude and says, I'll take care of it. And it just gets done. I don't know how you replace that. I guess that's the other duties as assigned, that small print that's in every job description. But of course, Donna is a consummate team player, and there shouldn't be any surprise there because she was a field hockey student athlete at JMU. So Donna, would you stand and let's congratulate Donna Harper for So we will have opportunities to celebrate Donna's accomplishments and career later, but Donna, thank you for everything you've done for JMU. So Madam Rector, that concludes my report. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, President Alger. And I'm gonna have to be medicated for our last meeting, so I'm not gonna say anything further other than thank you for all your service. More will come later. All right.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions about President Alger's report? All right, let's move on. John, would you please
Yes.
introduce the next?
So I'll introduce the next topic on advancing inclusive excellence and attracting the students of tomorrow. These are, as most of you know, two of the key priorities under JMU's strategic plan. And the board has asked for an update on our work related to diversity and inclusion. So that's what this presentation is all about. So I'll do a brief introduction and then you'll hear from Vice President Malika Carter-Hoyt. There's Malika. And that will be followed by a student panel demonstrating different pathways and experiences at JMU. The focus of this work is to enhance student access and success, which we've been talking about all morning by paying attention to the student body, our faculty and staff, and the campus community generally. And this work goes to the heart of our educational mission of educational excellence and inclusion. Those two things, excellence and inclusion, go hand in hand, and that includes a wide variety of backgrounds, perspectives, experiences, etc. There's a lot of research that supports this connection, and employers have indicated that intercultural competence and experience working on diverse teams are skill sets that they want to see in our graduates. So it's important that we are providing our students with this kind of experience here. It also, of course, reflects our JMU ethos of welcoming and creating a sense of belonging. That word is really important here at JMU for individuals of all backgrounds. And of course, you're familiar with that tradition of opening doors at JMU, both literally and figuratively. That is what we do. In recent years, we've had a number of task forces and committees that have reviewed these issues and made recommendations, including the Task Force on Inclusion, the Task Force on Racial Equity, and committees dealing with accommodations for students and staff with disabilities. For example, the Task Force on Inclusion recommended that we look at various aspects of university life, conduct a comprehensive climate study, which we did, and establish a coordinating leadership role for this work, as many companies have done. And the board, by the way, strongly supported that, and that led to the position that Malika now holds. We've certainly made substantial progress in recent years in opening our doors more widely for students of all backgrounds. Examples that you've heard about include the Centennial and Valley Scholars programs, the Reddick Center for First Generation students you've heard about today, the Valor program for veterans and military connected students, which of course we talked about at the last board meeting, and our work with the Virginia Department of the Blind and Vision Impaired, which we also highlighted at that last board meeting. So Malika is now going to give a brief overview of the work that she and her colleagues do and other campus and community partners, and that will be followed by the student panel. Malika, it's all yours.
Thank you, sir. To the illustrious board, visitors, and friends, good to see you this morning. As Vice President of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Chief Diversity Officer, I have 10 minutes to do this presentation. So I'm going to speak fast. If you have questions later, please feel free to ask. I have opportunity to build with partnerships and assume a significant role in shaping efforts, thereby helping shape institutional strategy. Any strategic initiative requires buy-in at the highest levels. The key to getting that buy-in is making the business case and demonstrating the pursuit has value. By using a roadmap paradigm, I, in cooperation with several colleagues, have assembled the following information aimed at illustrating how the work of diversity, equity, inclusion, accessibility, and belonging, or DEIAB, emanates throughout JMU from improving the organization's ability to attract and to retain top talent, enhancing innovation, increasing brand image, value, and more. So we begin with the CDO origin story, my own story, then transition to structures for strategic inclusion, benefits and characteristics, then to strategic inclusion framework, development and implementation, and we will conclude, as you've heard, with the student panel. Each sector where I have served has espoused the values of DEIAB. This includes my experience as a stenographer or court reporter, folks that sit in front of the court and take verbatim notes. In the legal sector, as a middle school teacher for grades 4 through 9. In the education sector, and then as a hospital administrator during the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, working with individuals from all walks of life in times of individual tribulation and vulnerability, and also as a higher education administrator, co-laboring with students and employees to improve our communities and ultimately our world. The lesson learned in each of these sectors is that by leveraging the importance of DEIAB, I am primarily responsible for utilizing the organization's resources to improve its value. Here at JMU, that means creating strategies that align with external and internal environments and working with each university function to maximize the return on resources allocated to that function. So here are some qualities that I see from those who participate in strategic inclusive leadership. There are times when individuals must serve as consultants, educating on industry or discipline-specific standards related to DEIAB. It could be as catalyst, inspiring alternative ways of knowing or being on world or institutional challenges. This could be in bringing people together as convener and identifying collective strengths. Or finally, as a community builder, coalescing issue stakeholders toward co-creation and mutually beneficial outcomes. DEIAB management is a continuous activity, not something that is checked off a to-do list. Rather, we must realize that since JMU has a workforce and a student base that is multicultural, multi-generational, multilingual, multi-talented, continual improvement is necessitated. Our work is embedded in history and culture, having internal and external components. These components are moved and influenced by relationships that are interpersonal, institutional, and structural. All these layers are happening simultaneously. And they are generating areas such as improved creativity and innovation, refined branding, and richer learning environments. DEIAB plays a significant role in generating benefits through attracting and retaining workforce and students with knowledge and skills needed to implement local and world change and to connect their learning to societal problems or issues. Other examples or benefits in operation include recommendations from the Task Force on Racial Equity and subsequent actions. There were 54 total recommendations made. One recommendation was to bring together contractors from historically underrepresented groups to connect one another with themselves and also JMU departments in a forum to learn how to participate in the procurement process. This forum was completed in May 2022, and the implementation champion, Tawana Moore. This was to strengthen efforts to change culture, and it did. Another recommendation was to take a look at various support structures in place that guide and support students throughout their academic career. JMU connected successes of early student success and to develop systems that were to ensure student success and early intervention as needed. The recommendation was merged with other efforts to form the QEP, or the Quality Enhancement Plan, which analyzes data in new and innovative ways. The implementation champion, Paul Mabry, this was done to enhance accessible communication and build trust. And it did. Speaking of which, the Quality Enhancement Plan is one of our largest frameworks by which we see student success. The QEP is also a requirement for accreditation with the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools Commission on Colleges, or as we lovingly call it, SACS-COC, is the largest regional accreditation agency responsible for JMU accreditation. From SACS-COC, the Quality Enhancement Plan is an integral component to the reaffirmation of accreditation process and is derived from an institution's ongoing comprehensive planning and evaluation process. It reflects and affirms a commitment to enhance overall institutional quality and effectiveness by focusing on an issue or that the institution considers important to improving student learning outcomes and or student success. So, through analyzing institutional data, focus groups, reviewing and research and literature, and consulting with colleagues at peer institutions, JMU identified 4 main reasons that can explain these student retention gaps and presented these opportunities to collect data and to design interventions that will reverse declining retention rates to work toward closing the retention gap. And the 4 main reasons: well-being, belonging, academics, and basic needs. In addition to the QEPs, we frame DEIAB in several ways. Several are situated on this slide. A few more meta frames are legislation and our adherence to strategic priorities. 2 and 3. So, several core principles underlie the concepts of DEIAB, including the acknowledgement of protected classes, which are built into Virginia code and into federal legislation. With student access and student success as our guideposts, the values reflected in these pieces of legislation and the Commonwealth's code are fundamental values that we hold dear. Institutional adherence to legislation you see on this slide showcases our belief that every JMU, I'll repeat, every JMU community member should be able to thrive and reach their full potential regardless of their background or identity. The term protected classes describes people who are covered under a particular federal, state, or local anti-discrimination law. Individuals may be protected based on their actual membership in a protected class if they are perceived to be a member of a protected class, even if that perception is wrong, or based on protected class if they are in association with a particular protected class. Key laws include Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the Equal Opportunities Act of 1972, the Age Discrimination and Employment Act, the Genetic Information Non-Discrimination Act of 2008, the Americans with Disabilities Act of 1990, the Rehabilitation Act of 1973, including sections 501 and 503. These are just a few. Photos were added here to help you visualize the weight of these cornerstone pieces of legislation. The first photo was the signing of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. This landmark piece of U.S. legislation was the nation's first comprehensive federal law, making it unlawful to discriminate in employment on the basis of race, color, religion, sex, or national origin. Much of the work in my unit involves implementation and oversight for compliance responsibilities under these laws and other state and federal statutes. As a reminder, without the federal legislation you see here, we most likely would not be able to be in this room together as thought leaders on behalf of JMU. To advance access and success, we must remain vigilant and working effectively with classroom and workforce diversity. This is critical to optimizing both access and outcomes. By designing pathways to access and success for every learner, we create a sustaining organizational environment that affirms and respects inclusive practices such as lactation rooms, closed captioning, wheelchair ramps throughout daily operations. We also know that learning about diversity and developing strategies for working productively with those who are different entails long and short-term benefits for students and workforce. The Division of DEI has convened several partners to support student access and success. The Freedom of Expression series featured multi-industry panelists who were able to think aloud about freedom of expression and applicable rights and responsibilities of JMU community. This series is sponsored by the Division of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, Office of the President, Academic Affairs, Student Affairs, and the Madison Center for Civic Engagement. Operating simultaneously as capacity building, status update, and impact study, the 30+30 Awareness to Action Inclusive Future Tour features thought leaders leading public updates to demonstrate current levels of activity. The tour is occurring over several sessions and is designed to highlight the status of TFRE recommendations or Task Force on Racial Equity, general DEIAB activity, or activity resulting from the climate study. After hearing from champions, students, faculty, and staff innovators are invited to share their intelligence, their expertise, and their skills in the context of continual improvement. The Inclusive Event Planners Alliance advances the conversation on issues related to DEIAB in events and conferences and workshops and activities, and the objective: leverage real-time knowledge of event planners to promote and arrange inclusive and accessible experiences and serve as a platform for ongoing community feedback related thereto, to enhance the artistic, cultural, and commemorative and intellectual life of the campus while providing recommendations to the division heads for final approval. Lastly, the Sun Belt DEI Consortium is a monthly convening of athletics, diversity, and inclusion designees and C-suite diversity leaders at Sun Belt institutions. Beginning April 2023, our 45-minute virtual meetings are held monthly with opportunities to build connections, gain new tools and frameworks, and to build more diverse, equitable, and inclusive Sun Belt a Sunbelt Conference consortium. JMU partners with a number of organizations and schools to bring K-12 to our campus. The goal is to increase awareness, knowledge, and the belief that college is attainable. Over the years, many students from these programs have enrolled at JMU, and we are always looking to expand our pre-collegiate, collegiate, and post-collegiate engagement. Centennial Scholars and Valley Scholars are two that you have heard about, two cohort-based academic support and leadership programs to reach historically underrepresented and first-generation college students. The Centennial Scholars Program has been active for almost 20 years on campus, graduating 730 plus students and sustaining a recent 6-year graduation rate of 87%. Valley Scholars is an innovative program that identifies first-generation college students in the community and begins programming for them in 8th grade. And they graduate as they graduate high school and meet certain academic and community service expectations, then they are eligible for tuition-free education at JMU. TRIO Upward Bound and Talent Search programs are Department of Education grants designed to provide educational opportunities and support to middle and high school students who are often underrepresented in higher education. In this academic year alone, between two programs, JMU will receive more than $500,000 in federal funding. And over the course of 5 years, the university will receive almost $3 million to support first-generation and or low-income students. These programs offer academic, career, and financial counseling to eligible students and help them explore post-secondary education options. Participants must meet federal income requirements of low income and on first-generation college student status. They complement JMU existing the initiatives that we already have. Our partnerships are extensive. For example, the Office of Inclusive Excellence and Engagement has partnership with Centera and has assisted in establishing a summer health career camp, 3 sites, Harrisonburg, Virginia Beach, and Norfolk, with JMU students as interns during these camps. So as you can see, our work to attract the students of tomorrow is broad and deep. At this time, we'll give you an opportunity to hear from students about their own experiences. Thanks for your time and attention.
And if the students could come up and grab a chair. If I speak from here, will that get picked up? Don and Mary Beth, can you hear if I use my sort of teacher voice rather than standing behind the students? So we thought, what better way to talk about these issues and the students of today and tomorrow than actually hearing from some of our own students. And so you can see we've got 5 student members here this morning. Thank you guys all for being here on a Friday. We really appreciate it. And so I'd like each of you to start with, if you could share your name, hometown, your current year at JMU, and your major or minor. So.
Good afternoon, my name is Tatiana Titerova. I come from a very small country called Latvia. It is based in the Baltic states. And I'm a PhD candidate in school strategic leadership studies. And my research topic that is quite hot these days, which was not the case 3 years ago, is related to adoption of artificial intelligence tools in higher education.
Hi, good morning. My name is Valeria Lopez Postigo. I'm a senior public policy major with political science and political communications minors. And I'm from Centerville, Virginia.
I'm Kaylee Ranke. I'm a business management major with a minor in health communication. I'm a junior on the women's golf team, and I'm from Charlotte, North Carolina.
Good morning. My name is Elena Calvert. I'm a junior majoring in kinesiology with concentration in exercise science, and I am minoring in physical therapy, and I'm from Cheyenne, Wyoming.
Good morning. My name is Charles East. I am a senior in the adult degree program, and my major is human resource development and management. And I'm actually from Arlington, Virginia, originally from Connecticut.
And a veteran,
and a veteran in the degree program. 20 years Air Force vet. So
thank you for your service.
Thank you.
So I want to talk a little bit about what sparked your interests in and decisions to come to JMU. So would someone like to get us started on that rather than just going down the line? We have a volunteer.
I don't know. Originally when I came to JMU's campus, I was taken aback by like the scenery. I was like, it's very beautiful. Love what I see, but it was really the community that I found when I actually went to the JMU buildings, going into SSC and speaking to people in the office of CMIS, student life and activities and involvement, getting connected with those people, the students, but also the faculty and staff, really caught my attention and made me realize that there is a sense of belonging that I could see myself in within the JMU community, because it's more than just, oh, they have my major, or I could join this organization. More of seeing how it is on a day-to-day, seeing how the students interact, was where I could see myself coming here.
Sure.
I have a couple notes just to keep you in check, but I applied as a biology major, and by the time I submitted my application, I wanted to be a public policy major. So once I was accepted and I went to the choices open house for admitted students, I fell in love with campus. I loved the program, and what really drew me to JMU was the resources that I would be provided as a first generation student, and like the career closet, University Career Center provides, and the University Health Center. I've never grown up with health insurance, so it was a really, really big deal to me to have that provided to me within my tuition and fees. So it was really the resources that were provided at JMU for me that made the decision incredibly easy.
So I decided, I checked out lots of different online universities and fell on JMU's adult degree program. With my wife's an alum, so a little push from her. And that's why I'm here. But it's like I was first introduced to JMU through exit 245, Young. So I came down 2 or 3 times before I even thought about becoming a student here. I mean, this is a 25-year journey for me to get my my undergrad, so it's a big deal. And JMU just kind of checked off all the boxes that I needed, and here I am. Thank you.
My story is quite similar to here, because I'm coming from abroad, and have 2 parts of the story, but one I'll cut because it's described in my medicine magazine in spring edition. But the second, more rational story is in 2018, I was the head of business IT department in a business school back home. I was managing the business IT faculty, and I was the program director of e-commerce program, managing the undergraduate program back home. And at that point, I went to a conference in Spain. I met 4 representatives from JMU, and they said, "Oh, you have an interesting perspective." I'm not sure that they were happy coming me down and telling my perspective, but at that point I said, "You will be unique with your outlook on things." And in the beginning I said, "Yeah, thank you for the invitation, and let me move on. My life is quite well off." And half a year later, I was speaking with my German colleague. And Germans are very direct and sometimes honestly, sometimes. And he was sitting and looking at me and said, "Oh, by the way, you know, there is an invitation from an American university." And I did not like, I've never been to the US. I've been all around the world except the US. And I said, "Oh, by the way, just one university." He's like, "Are you fool for not taking an invitation from an American university?" And I mean, I was very much driven by this grace. And I said, "No, I'm not."
Yeah, so being from out of state, I'd actually never heard about JMU. And so our coach, Tommy Baker, love him. He actually reached out to me during the recruiting process, and JMU was the first campus I took a visit on. And just everywhere I went, I mean, being from North Carolina, I went to schools like UNC, I went to South Carolina, High Point, all those schools down in the Carolinas. And everywhere that I went, I looked at my mom and I was like, you know, JMU has this and they don't. And just being on campus, the environment, the people that were here that gave me directions when my mom and I were walking on our own, when we just had time to ourselves on campus. I mean, just everything about JMU is so welcoming. And within athletics, Bourne has done an amazing job. I don't have any complaints about the athletic department. I mean, we have everything that we could ever want. So JMU has just been an amazing fit for me and the best decision I've ever made.
Thank you. So to all of you, of course, academics is really important in college, right? And we want you to be set up for success. So could you share an academic experience that's been particularly meaningful for you since you've been at JMU? Who'd like to get started?
I can go first.
Go ahead.
Being a College of Business major you have to take like 8 prereqs to get into the College of Business, and every one of my professors give you the statistics about the people that drop out of Cobb or the people that don't make it through Cobb. And I think that speaks to how well the College of Business is here, but getting into Cobb 300, I think has been one of the best accomplishments of my college career so far, along with making the president's list my freshman year as an athlete. I think those are
I love signing those letters.
those are my 2 highlights, and getting through Cobb. I mean, even my Cobb 300 professors are saying only half of you will make it through to your actual major classes. So I think just defying the odds.
By the way, I think most of you probably know what Cobb 300 is, but that's the team-based class and learning that they do in the College of Business, where the students work in teams, the faculty work in teams. I know many students dread it, but we hear from many alums that it's the most valuable experience that they ever had at JMU. Yeah, go ahead.
I can go next. I have 2 really quick experiences that pop out to me in my time here at JMU. And the first one is my connection with the alum so far. I was able to get connected with the old school alumni scholarship group, and that group of alumni has changed my life for the better. Being here at JMU, being far from home, from Wyoming, I didn't have much guidance coming in, but since being connected with them, I've had opportunities for financial aid, or I was actually an intern at one of these Zentara summer camps this past summer. And then just connections with professional future opportunities has really honestly changed my path, and I couldn't ask for any other better mentors. And then also my job on campus, I work with off-campus life, also the pantry. That has been a really fulfilling experience because I've been able to connect with a group of students and a minority on campus that I feel like is a little bit looked over. Food insecurity on campus, I wasn't aware as to how big of kind of an issue it was until I got involved with that sector. And being able to contribute as much as I can, just in my small role, working there throughout the week, has really opened my eyes to some more of where my passion lies. And that's kind of changed my trajectory in college.
Very important work at JMU. Thank you for doing that.
So for me, the ease of the adult degree program and the support that you receive as a projected student from the advisory group there, like Virginia Travato is phenomenal. She's been kind of like my guiding light through this all, and now I met Daniel and Nicholas, and they're beyond compare. The support that they provided me as well is phenomenal. So it's from the first phone call, the courage to pick up the phone when the ADP advisor calls you, that's the first step. And then, because like I said, 25 years in the making, it's a big deal for me. So with the support, the outpour support that the entire program provides, that's kind of a big deal. And the president's list from the first 2 semesters. So awesome. Yes.
And for me, it was externship in Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. It's based in Paris, France. It's a big deal, especially outside the US. And it's the second category of people after Germans, where I was sitting and breathing like, okay, of directness of those people. But I mean, it was an amazing thing for 2 reasons. Number one, because I was doing something related to my field, AI and education, and we were looking at member states and special orders from the governments on looking into AI even before ChatGPT times. Secondly, it was, I mean, when you speak with people, they have this a little bit kind of discrimination because they usually recruit, even their interns are from Ivy schools from the US, Harvard, MIT, just a few schools on their list, a couple of schools in the UK and a couple of schools in France. So to get there, even as an intern, is almost impossible, you know. But because of 2 reasons, because I was based in the US and because I was doing something that not many people know about, they said, no.
So I took a U.S. Congress class, my sophomore year of my program, and it required me to play the role of a staffer, which gave me like the most real world experience I have still had at JMU, and absolutely prepared me for my internship this summer. And now my democracy fellowship thanks to President Alger and his chief staff, Dr. Kirkpatrick back there, and that experience, that class really prepared me. And Dr. Pura became a mentor for me, and he saw me and helped me with my resumes and wrote me glowing recommendations and connected me to alumni. And last political science day, which the other one is today, later today, Dr. David Jones had introduced me to an education policy alumni, and he had other alumni flag my resume, and he, as a first generation student, that was everything, because I don't have those connections and the willingness of alumni to want to help other JMU students really touched my heart.
Well, let me ask one other question before I open it up, and that is, obviously we all have struggles in our educational journeys, right? People around this table certainly went through it and came out on the other side, and you're all in the midst of it. Would anybody be willing to share sort of a challenge that you faced, and then how you handled it, and maybe what worked or who helped you? Anybody want to start on that?
So again, so the United States Air Force is unique in the fact that it's the only branch of the military that has its own college. So the community college in the Air Force. So they want you to have, within your first 10 years, if you're gonna stick it out, have your associate's done in whatever your career field is. So that 10 years took me 19 years to get my criminal justice associate's degree from the CCAF. So that was another step, and that was difficulty. And then again, I resort back to what I had previously said, where it's the first step is the most difficult part in the journey for me. And I think for a lot of people, taking that first step off that ship, off that boat, or picking up that phone call after filling out your form. Rosa Lee called me, I remember, and I let it ring, and I let it ring, and I said, do I really want to do this? And I did. So a year and a half later, here I am, and I'm graduating in May. So it's
like Dr. Elizabeth Carter mentioned, a big part of getting people to come to JMU and staying at JMU is like a sense of belonging. And I remember when I first came here, like my mom dropped me off at the Hillside dorm, and she was like, okay, I'm gonna go catch my flight home. And I was like, oh, you're 1,000 miles away. What do I do? Where do I go? I didn't know where to start, but getting to be aware of the organizations on campus that were the core is to bring together people that share a sense of identity together. For example, Black Student Alliance, Student Minority Outreach, Women of Color, has been a really big shift in my time here at JMU. And now I currently serve as the president of Women of Color this year, and being able to see and identify that there's a big change that it's made in my college community. I've met girls that are now like some of my closest friends. I've been able to collaborate with other organizations and bring people together on a big scale. And then have girls come to me, freshmen come to me and be like, you know, I didn't know what I was doing or where I was going or who I could talk to. And now that I have this group of people, I don't feel so alone. And that has been, that just like touches my heart. And because that was my struggle to begin with. So to change that for other people, I think it's something that's common, but there's community out there, resources out there that are diminishing that.
Yeah, I think for me, my biggest struggle since being here has been mental health. I mean, sorry, I didn't get within the incident that we had within athletics in the past couple of years, I think that really hit a lot of us really hard. And being a lower classman, I wasn't really aware of all the resources that we had. And after the incident happened, all of our advisors, all of our coaches, everybody within athletics kind of highlighted those and pointed them out. And I think That just speaks to the amazing amount of resources that we have here at JMU, the Miller, everyone's.
For me, the biggest struggle I've had at JMU was the cost and finding the resource to cover tuition fees and housing once I moved off campus. And even filling out the FAFSA the first 2 years was really difficult. Finding out what federal work study positions were, I didn't understand what that meant until junior year. And then I found the position at the Red Lake Center for First Generation Students when it was first opening up, and that has opened so many doors for me. And now I work adjacent to that in the Centennial Scholars Program as a mentor to 14 first generation freshmen. But the learning curve was really, really big for me. Again, like from a first generation perspective, I do come from Northern Virginia, but I come from one of those pockets that we don't learn about the programs like the Centennial Scholar Program. And I wish I had known at the time when I was applying to JMU, even though I loved where I ended up at JMU, and my journey has really, really had its ups and downs, but mostly ups. Yeah.
I had lots of fun in most of my life because I came to the US in August 2020. And I thought I've experienced many challenges in my life, but I didn't know that, you know, when you do not get SSN card for a year, just in your post office, they were claiming that my post is, like, my address is incorrect. So even my friend from Holland, who has sent to me her daughter's photo, has reached my post office. But SSN card has never wanted to reach my post office. And because of that, I was not able to be paid for several months. And then you come to live in another country in your mid-30s, and you have run an expenses back home. I mean, even if you come with a good pocket of savings, it's not enough to live for 1 year in the US. And there was also a problem with the bank card. I mean, whatever issues you can face with all of that going on. And I really appreciate, like, a few people I would like to highlight would be Dr. Karen Meixner, my first year's assistant supervisor, because she was the one that said it's impossible. You cannot not to be paid, because where I come from, we usually don't complain, which is take the heaviness and say, okay, we need to make it through. And she gave a call and explained it's not going to arrive. Can you please pay her based on her number? Then there was also my direct supervisor, the first year assistantship, Tiffany Ranian, as well as my school that has been very, very patient with me. Because the way we express emotions back home is slightly different than people do here. And a few people were able to digest what I said and how I said, and they really were all around me by helping through both technical, emotional, and academic struggles that I faced here.
Well, let me open it up if the board has any questions or comments for our student panel or for Melinda or others.
I wanted to hear a little bit more about the Women of Color. Did you say you were president?
Yes. Women of Color has been around since 1982, around that time. It's basically, we strive to just bring together all types of women on campus from every background. We have our general body meetings that meet bi-weekly, but we also have events and collaborations and programs and fundraisers and community engagement. We like to prioritize volunteer, collaborating with other organizations that are kind of startup, like we're having events with Developing Men of Color, which I can't remember when they were disbanded, but they only just came back this year. But it's cool to see those guys come together and try to uplift other guys, but also uplift us. But it's been a great experience. Everybody always comes and says how this is like their outlet. At the end of exam week, a hard week, this is who they come to. We have ways of communicating online, social media, and yeah, it's just one of the organizations under CNID in SSC, and we have about 11 women that serve on the executive leadership team, and then we have around 60 members.
Yeah. The question, I know we covered the federal legislation and the different things that have been impacted. Yeah, there's a Supreme Court ruling about racial admissions, what that's going to mean for our admissions and how that's gonna affect the university.
Sure. Jeff,
Oh,
might.
go ahead.
Should Donna answer that?
Actually, we would let Melinda Wood right here.
Yes.
Let's answer that question.
Thank you for the question. Melinda Wood, I serve as the Associate Vice President for Access and Enrollment Management and Director of Undergraduate Admissions. As you've heard from our students and Dr. Hoyt, we are working collectively together on a strong recruitment effort to reach as many students as we can, to create access and open doors widely for students who want to be a part of JMU. I've worked with many members in this room today on forging strong relationships with our community partners and campus partners to ensure access. When it comes to reviewing admissions applications, we feel very confident in the way that we can look collectively at the work students are completing through their academic in terms of their preparation, and we feel confident that we will still be able to bring to the university a very strong and diverse class in the years to come.
And Jeff, I know, having just joined, we did have a conversation about this in our September meeting, communications leading up to the September meeting. Jack, do you want to talk about the efforts that your team did to review the compliance with the Supreme Court changes?
Yeah, I mean,
just briefly.
in anticipation of the Supreme Court decision coming out, and after it came out and we reviewed the decision, we worked very closely with Melinda's office to make sure that we were in compliance with the outcome of that decision. And historically, we had not been using race as a factor in our admissions anyway, so there was no pivot that we needed to make when the decision came down. So we were already in compliance with the decision, and we remain so now.
Does that help, Jeff?
I think so. So there's no change in the application form.
No.
No, we're on the Common App now, and so we use the application from the Common App.
Thanks for the question.
Charles, I just want to congratulate you. I want to tell you that I traveled that same path you're on right now. And there's a lot of difference in the steps you're taking and the ones I had to take back in the 80s. It was, I think it's fair to say it was a fledgling time, but I had great people. That made all the difference, because when you come to it that late, it would be easy to quit. And because of folks at JMU, I didn't quit. Obviously, you didn't either. Yes, sir. So congratulations.
Thanks,
Jack.
Yep.
So I have a question, and it's for Malika. I think it speaks volumes of the university that you have this position as a vice president with direct access to the president. So after you've been here for, a little over a year, my question is, do you feel that you have what you need in order to accomplish your objectives, particularly as they relate to strategic priorities 2 and 3 that you talked about today?
I would say yes and no. So the reason why I would say both yes and no is that I feel like one of the challenges that I have when I arrived to JMU is that all of the resources have to do with it. But you gotta find it. So an example of that, and I tell the story all the time, Mr. RD might be smiling right now over in the corner because he's heard me say this many times. When I arrived, I saw a barrier, a physical barrier. And I went to our office and I was asking, and my newly arrived administrative assistant, I said, I just saw this barrier, somebody should, do we have that? And she said, yeah, that reports to our division. It's report a barrier, you can report a barrier so people can go and fix it. I said, oh. And that was when I first arrived. So the reason why I say yes is because we have what we need. Where I feel like could be better and built, my role is right now, and it will be forever, is to coordinate and align those things. I don't feel like I always have the political capital to socially align. Because when you ask someone, anytime, any organization, I just JMU, why do we do it that way? People have to sit back and think. And then you already know what they say, right? It's because we've always done that. And so in order for innovation to happen, and you can ask Carly, she just said this, right, when she was here. And she was talking about how organizations can sometimes be averse to prediction. There's any organization. But what I pride myself on is being a people person that can relate and bring ideas to people and say, well, how about we do it this way? If it fails, blame it on. And so this is the spirit of JMU that I have been able to embrace, see other people embrace because of the nature with which I approach the work. So that I can honestly say. So I would say yes and no. So I feel like we have what we need here, but I feel like sometimes the way that people perceive the nature of work can impede the innovation.
I think Nicole that
I did. I just want to say thank you, all of you, for being here today, because hearing your stories makes our work so important, and it reminds us why we're all here. Having lived in Cheyenne, Wyoming, for a year, it has a big sense of community. So I'm sure when you came here, it was like, oh my gosh, I am in a massive sea of people that I don't know, and being used to probably knowing just about everybody, you know, in Cheyenne, it's not a big place. But just incredibly important to hear your stories. I'm so incredibly impressed by the presence that you guys have to tell your stories, and about painful things, right, too. I can say for myself, I never had your candor or your poise or your grace to share such a story at your age. So thank you so much. Very, very important.
Thank you, Nicole. Any other comments or questions from the board? If not, if I could do a quick lightning round to close, since you're all students and we have students here and students that are listening, just a word of advice to either current or prospective students about JMU. Anybody?
Word of advice, stay the course. Stay the course, get on it, and don't, your rivers have tributaries, right? And those tributaries all lead back to the ocean, right? Where just stay on that course, stay on that river. And you'll be amazed at what you find.
I would say don't be afraid to reach out for help in any aspect, whether that's academically, emotionally, physically. The resources are there for a reason, and it doesn't make you any less than for needing that help or for asking for it. It's encouraged.
I would say don't be afraid to say yes. New things are scary, but they're also exciting. And saying yes can open a lot of doors for you and open a lot of opportunities.
I would say that JMU makes it easy to find a community. Don't be afraid to put yourself out there.
I would suggest JMU students to travel extensively, both to developed and developing nations, just to see what is the world outside. I wouldn't encourage people to do as crazy things as I did during my undergrad in India, then my first master's in China, the second master's in Latvia. Don't ask me why. But you know, I mean, it's a little bit stretching yourself too much, but you know, do take those safe steps and do try to go outside, because when you travel extensively around the world, when you work with people from around the world, you learn one important thing. When you come here, you're like, wow, this is heaven.
On that note, please.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank all the students for taking your time and coming to meet with us today. I also want to stress to the board, there were comments, and I absolutely acknowledge that we had not put a light on Malika and Malika's work last year. So made a very deliberate commitment that we would do that in this meeting today. Keep those questions coming. She blasted us with a lot of information that got kind of complicated. So please don't hesitate to reach out. We did feel that the panel, putting actual people who are impacted by those efforts, demonstrating the breadth of the impact of those efforts really could help tell the stories. So Nicole, thank you for your comments and pointing that out. This is an ongoing focus area, so it is one I want to ensure that the board is informed about and is able to ask their questions. So please keep them coming. Okay. All right. With that, our next agenda item is meeting workforce needs. So I am going to call on Dean Sharon Lovell to kick off this conversation.
Good morning. With me today are Melody Eaton, Director of our School of Nursing, and Ruth Hurley, a student in our Bachelor of Science in Nursing to Doctor of Nursing Practice program. Today, we are going to share with you elements of JMU's 6-year plan that allow us to be responsive to calls for additional healthcare workers in Virginia. And we're going to talk with you about 3 initiatives within the College of Health and Behavioral Studies. We will increase the cohort size in our Physician Assistant Studies program. We plan to increase the number of students that we admit to our BSN to DNP program. And we want to develop and implement a fast flex BSN program, which will allow us to get nurses into healthcare systems and settings more quickly than we can with our traditional program at the Bachelor of Science in Nursing level. There is a shortage of healthcare workers in the Commonwealth, including a predicted shortage of 2,000 nurses per year over the coming decade. In 2020, the Association of American Colleges of Medicine predicted a shortfall of primary care physicians of between 21,500 and 55,200 by the year 2033. Physician assistants can help to offset this shortage. JMU is one of only 2 public institutions in Virginia to offer a PA program. The mission of our program has always been to serve the medical needs of Virginia, including rural and medically underserved areas. Competition for our program is high, as you can see on this slide. The top row indicates the year that our student cohort begins. The next row, the total applications, refers to the applications to JMU that are received through the central application system. Their verified applications are those that are received and deemed to be complete and therefore considered for admission into our program. For our fall cohort this year, we received 548 verified applications, conducted 120 interviews for a cohort size of 32 students. So demand is high. Over the past 5 years, our program has experienced an attrition rate of only 2.5%, and we boast a national certifying exam pass rate of 97.4%. These are indicators of strong success of our program. Yet, we are able to accept only 32 students because of the accrediting body's approval of our cohort size, and that's well below the national mean class size of 48. JMU is the top producer of nurses in the Commonwealth of Virginia among public 4-year colleges and universities, and a large percentage of our graduates who stay in Virginia, many of them in Northern Virginia. Yet our JMU School of Nursing can only accept about half of the qualified applicants across our nursing programs, due in large part to the common challenges in educating nursing students: a shortage of nursing faculty, competition for clinical placements, and space restraints in our on-campus facilities. We currently admit 113 students to our Bachelor of Science nursing program each fall, and another 113 each spring. Yet we receive many more applications than that. Additionally, in our DNP program, we accept 12 students per year, yet we are not able to meet the need for students who wish to enter our program. we can help to meet the need for additional healthcare providers through our programs. We want to and will expand the size of our PA cohort from 32 to 36 students beginning in fall 2024. This requires minimal resources, and we have a plan to identify and implement those resources. We would then like to expand our cohort again to 48 students beginning in fall 2029. This requires additional resources in space and other kinds of resources for both the College of Health and Behavioral Studies and the College of Science and Mathematics, whose faculty provide our advanced anatomy coursework. Now, Melody Eaton, director of our School of Nursing, will talk about approaches to increasing our number of nursing graduates.
Good morning. So doctoral level education is now required for advanced practice nurses. And by expanding our current BSN to DNP program, it would allow our undergraduate nursing students to transition pretty seamlessly to the doctoral program to achieve their nurse practitioner certification and fill a needed provider service gap in Virginia. This would be a 3-year program, and we would propose to have 24 per cohort. And in addition to preparing nurses for advanced practice, this program would also prepare participants to become nursing faculty with a doctoral degree, resulting in more qualified nursing faculty to train more nurses. Next slide, please. We're also promoting a new Fast Flex BSN program. And this program would allow students to complete their undergraduate core nursing curriculum in 1 calendar year as opposed to 2 academic years, getting nurses in the field faster. This program would be open to anyone after they completed 36 credits and some required prerequisite courses and a few other criteria they would have to meet. But it's an evening and weekend program. Its classroom courses would be hybrid in format, and clinical components of this curriculum would be completed at regional healthcare settings and in our clinical simulation spaces on campus. Next slide, please. Students in this program would actually have the opportunity to start the nursing program in the summer of their sophomore year and complete the program in the summer of their junior year. Again, getting nurses into practice a lot faster. We have some built-in support systems for the students with learning communities, with mentoring, coaching, and professional development. Again, having that practice-ready nurse to go and be in the field much faster. We expect this program to really appeal to that freshman student coming to JMU, the traditional student that wants to be a nurse. It'll also appeal to transfer students from our community college system, and it will also appeal to RNs already working in the field with associate degrees that want to come back and get their bachelor's degree. So we think it's a win-win. Both of these programs, the resources we've requested, will cover the expenses that we have outlined for you. And now I would like you to hear from one of our current students. She's in our very first cohort, the BSN to DNP program, Ruth Hurley.
Hello. I'm very fortunate to be one of the first cohorts in the BSN DNP program, and it's been great that the faculty listen. I'm a cohort too. They listen to my cohort mates' feedback, and we've been helping to develop the program. So when you're interviewed for the BSN to DNP program, they ask you what you want to do, and I said, well, when I grow up, you're not left that. I want to be a hospice and palliative care nurse practitioner. I'm currently a hospice nurse, in Central Virginia. But the other goal that I really want to do is to make the next generation of nurses who are savvy to hospice care and help diminish that fear of hospice that is intrinsic to medicine. When I was deciding, hey, do I even want to go to nurse practitioner school, I reached out to my mentors and I said, hey, I'm thinking about going to be a nurse practitioner. Where do I go? And they weren't educated here. But across the board, they said go to JMU. JMU is turning out the strongest nurse practitioners that are ready to practice. I heard about the Fast Flag, but it's getting ready to come speak, and it's a great program. It's going to let like veterans transition to nursing quickly. But the fact that it caters to those that still have to actively work and try to get to clinicals, it'll be a godsend to people who otherwise wouldn't be able to come back to school because of the traditional times that clinicals are given. So the FastFlex will meet that need as well. Thank you for your time.
Any questions?
Well, first of all, I compliment you on the direction you're going in. I think it's spot on with what we need. It just seems to me like with 2,000 nursing shortages and the greater need, and if you talk to hospitals in rural markets, I mean, it's almost crisis mode right now. And I would just suggest or think that we could maybe move a little quicker to open up more spaces to help our hospitals. And to be frank about it, the traveling nurse thing that's costing hospitals tremendous amount of dollars. We're all going to be paying for it on our next healthcare renewals, because that's the problem hospitals have, is there's so many of them are locked into contracts, and those contracts come up. We're all going to see our healthcare bills go up because of the nursing shortage. And we had a similar problem in pharmacy, you know, a couple of decades ago. It's gotten better in the southwest part of Virginia because we opened a pharmacy school and we started producing folks that wanted to be there. And I would just hope we could move quicker. I don't know the financials behind it, but there's certainly a need.
So Steve, we were, and I'll be just a minute, but just in the series of conversations going from Sharon to Dean Lesbrun's to, we're actually going to have a call to action for the board coming in with the state government relations to try and help expedite that. So this, please listen carefully, because this is actually setting up information for you all to be armed for a call to action, to try and do exactly what you're talking and expedite delivering against these critical needs of the Commonwealth. Okay, Terry, I'm sorry. Yes.
Well, just for clarification, the FastFlex program, it's a 1-year calendar year, but opposed to the 2 academic years. But it's the same competency, it's the same information, same classes, same curriculum that's provided.
We would modify the modality of offering of our courses so that we can get through the students through more quickly. They would begin in the summer of their sophomore year, and they finish after the following summer. So it's 1 calendar year rather than 1 academic year.
We have to reorganize some of the curriculum to have that happen sequentially.
Although the learning objectives will remain the same.
Yes, it's so similar to how they're doing the BSN and DNP. It has, I go year round. I don't get my summers off like the sophomores usually do.
Okay. Is there another state doing this, and do they have data on retention rates for nurses who go through a faster program versus those who go through traditional? Great question.
So just ask the question one more time.
Is there data for similar programs as it relates to the retention of nurses versus those that go through a traditional?
You know, we're kind of in a crisis mode right now in the country. So, you know, our national association keeps data all the time. We're kind of at the cutting edge of trying these different modalities to fast track students in a safe and confident way. So at the national level, we have a new criteria we have to meet at the same time this is happening. And it's that competency-based education. So it's new to everyone. And we don't really have the retention in the programs. Right, but I can tell you at JMU, when we have our RN to BSN program right now, we have like a 98% retention rate. Our rates of retention from all of our programs are very high because we have really individualized advising and student belongingness. I mean, I think we really do a good job with that. There's always room for improvement.
And that's incredible that the retention rate for the university is outstanding. But my question is retention of nurses in the field that have gone through that program versus a traditional.
And this is new. We're designing the Fast Flex program here. It's not modeled on another program. So we're going to need to track the kind of data that you're asking tonight.
And that's a great question because the state wants to track that data too in Virginia. So these new programs, and there's an Earn and Learn program out there now, similar to have practice ready nurses. And it's, so it's not yet, but they're gonna be tracked.
So Terry, I think you had
Just a couple comments. First of all, to add to what you said, Laura. When Sharon explained this Flex program to me, and I've worked for Centera, so we have with 9,000 nurses, so we have a lot of nurses. And I explained it to some other schools. They were like, I've been asking my school to do that for years and they don't know how to do it. She's already done it now. So this is very innovative. And I do think you're going to attract some people that would like to have that second career, but they can't give up their day job. And so this gives them some flexibility. And I would say to Steve's comment, I think the traveler demand is dropping off, and maybe not as much in rural places, but we're seeing, and I credit JMU, we see a high demand for people that want to be a nurse, but the supply of educators to be able to make that happen is very hard. And a part of that is if you have a choice of making X to be an educator or making Y to be a nurse working, there's a gap there. We need to really rectify that across the state. I researched our organization to give you some context. And just this year, we've hired 1,762 registered nurses. So that's just one employer and for one of the larger ones. And I asked today, I said, how we have job offers out, how many do we have out right now where you're working at? It was 164 right now. So there's a lot of opportunities here. And I see this as an area that's growing. As you know, we have a physician shortage, and that's going to rely more on nurse practitioners and PAs. The old model where you used to have the Marcus Welby MD doctor, now it's 3 NPs or PAs to every 1 MD. And there are so many things that they can take care of that really are important. So I think this is probably the thing I'm most excited about at JMU right now, even more than athletics. I mean, when you think about the workforce of the future and what our governor's got as a priority, we are filling that void. And we're hoping to fill that void. And I think to your point, Laura, it's just we need to cast a bigger net, so we need to be equipped to do that. So that'll be a great opportunity for us to convey that to our legislative branch as we meet with them this year.
Jeff, did you have a question?
2, if that's okay. Are we on a time limit at all? Just keep it going.
We are on a schedule, but it's your time.
First one's kind of out of the blue. It's not so much the nursing, but dietetics with the childhood obesity and diabetes. And all, we heard last night from one of the students about the changes and the demand out there. Is the School of Health looking at any of that? And do they have any corresponding changes in programs to address childhood obesity and the changes in our health and increase in diabetes, renal nutrition, or whatever the field is in dietetics?
We recently hired a faculty member whose expertise is in obesity and research on obesity, who can collaborate with faculty in our dietetics program. And we are now implementing a revised dietetics program that focuses on nutrition and wellness rather than simply dietetics. So that allows us the ability to make changes, recommendations, and provide students experiences in just the kind of area you're talking about.
Follow-up questions, last promise. International students, are we taking, and I don't know, are there barriers for international students to come in and participate in this program? I know in the Philippines, I was stationed there for several years. There was a large percentage of nurses that came, a large amount of nurses from the Philippines that came to the U.S. regular practice. Are there any kinds of programs where we recruit internationally to bring in students for these, or you've already got enough applications as it is?
Well, we haven't made a strong effort to recruit internationally because we have such interest that comes to us. We haven't even needed to recruit very much, but that is something we could certainly consider if necessary.
Jeff, a second. Nicole?
Two things, you guys are trailblazing because this is something that I follow a lot in my daily job. So thank you for the work that you're doing. I think it serves, checks so many boxes for folks. And I think, you know, our governor is gonna love hearing about all the work that we're doing to develop this program. I also want to compliment Caitlin Reed and her team for putting this together in front of us. As we all, as advocates for this board and the school, go back to the General Assembly, some of us more than others, but this is really a power-packed folder full of facts that we can use to not only advocate for this program, but the expansion of the facilities that we need to make these happen.
Right.
I don't think a lot of folks outside this room know that JMU graduates more nurses than any other public school in the state. And that's our job to go and tell that story. So
I agree.
thank you for the work you do.
And
Thank you
for that. Thank you.
Kay, did you also have?
Yeah, I know that this is an issue that has a great deal of consensus around it, and you know it's a big initiative and push of the governor and the Secretary of Health. I'm hoping that we hear maybe in the next presentation, what are the barriers and what is the call to action?
Yep.
What are the things that we need to be doing right now?
If you don't hear that, let us know.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. Perfect. Thank you. All right, with that, next is Mark Lesbrance, who is the Dean of our College of Education. So you've heard about nursing, now you will hear about teachers.
All right. My name is Mark Lesbrance. I'm the Dean of the College of Education, and I'm with Sandra Gilchrist. And Sandra was actually an administrative assistant for 17 years, went through the adult degree program. Now she has another capacity within the college, and she's actually co-developer of this. And also Katie Baker, who will be one of the students who will be speaking today. So you say, oh, teacher education, think you're back in 1908. What I plan on doing over the course of the next several minutes is discussing what a robust research to teacher education preparation program looks like, and how we're engaged throughout the Commonwealth. And I believe that you'll feel when you walk away from this today, you may not have the excitement of the football team, but you can have a smile on your face that you know with the roots of the university of working across the Commonwealth. Anthony Tongden mentioned yesterday that university research expenditure is around $30 million last year. I'm happy to say that over 12 million of that came from the College of Education. So what I'd like to do is to show you how we're putting that money that comes into the college to good use throughout the Commonwealth. We have a program called Grow Your Own. It's a teaching fellows program. We have a teacher shortage, but we also have a problem retaining teachers and principals. So how do we help to work with that? So we have Grow Your Own. Grow Your Own is a program, and I give Caitlin Reed a lot of credit behind the back helping us with the funding of this. And also point out the fact that President Adler and Provost Coltman, I talk to my colleagues all across the state. It's very rare that education, teacher preparation and education preparation gets the sort of the notice that it does at JMU. I really wanted to single both of them out for that. But Grow Your Own has just think of it as a three-legged stool. The first leg is that we go into Lowell school divisions and we try to recruit, just much like a 4-star athlete or 5-star athlete. We're in Portsmouth, Petersburg, Frederick, Warren, Rockingham, and Harrisonburg, recruiting people who want to be teachers. They come to JMU, they get a full scholarship. We have cohorts of 25. It's very important. They go through the 4-year program, then they return to their school division for 2 years commitment. Why 2 years commitment? Because if they're with us before School division knows them, they're from the community, school division can't keep them in 2 years, they don't deserve it, that's what we say. School division has to work. The second leg of the stool is a grow your own. We work with community colleges throughout the state. And what we do is the paraprofessionals, it could be anything from a bus driver, it could be a teacher assistant, they could have 0 credit hours, or they could have a few. We work with the community college people in the school divisions and some of the same things and beyond. We work with those school divisions in the students, individualizing their plan of study, get them through their AAS, and then they come to JMU on a BIS. And we do that through distance education, which we feel is a very important mode for that. And the third, which I think is a game changer for the state, and I talked to people at the highest level, both the state superintendent and the secretary of education, very excited about this one. We work with school divisions all across the country now. And there are plenty of paraprofessionals out there that have their bachelor's degrees. And what takes place is that they don't have their licensure. So we're working with the school divisions to make them provisional license. And then over a 3-year period, we work with the school division to get them licensed. And professors work together. That's pretty exciting stuff. One of our students out of this would like to come up and talk about her experience.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Like you said, my name is Katie Baker, and I will be graduating in May from the program, which I'm really excited about because it's been a long journey. I want to thank you guys for the opportunity to share my opportunity at the Greater program, my experience with it. I grew up in rural West Virginia, and my mom was a beautician, my dad was a coal miner, and I always wanted to do higher education, but it wasn't something that was, achieved by a lot. Most of the people either went to the coal mines or went and did trade, or some went, but a lot of us didn't. I wanted to do it, but I wasn't real sure how to apply for scholarships and how to do FAFSA forms and all the things you have to do to get into higher education. And so I did end up going to a community college where I earned 3 associate degrees. I got one in general business, small business, and marketing. And I used those degrees to get jobs throughout my adulthood, but they were never anything I wanted to consider a career. I've always wanted to be a teacher. Growing up, I had the best teachers in elementary school, and they always influenced me. And stuff that they taught me, I still use in my teaching today. And that's why I wanted to just impact other kids. And then if you fast forward 7 years ago, my husband and I and our family moved to Virginia, and 3 months later, we were putting our daughter in kindergarten. And I started volunteering at the school and became active in the PTO. And then I decided I really wanted to keep at it. And so I became a special ed aide. And I just fell in love with the kids. I loved doing what I did. I loved being there every day. And then my administrator came up to me and she was like, we have this program called Greater Program. I think you would be a good fit for it. And so I filled out all the paperwork and started at Blue Ridge and did it. And I will graduate in May with my Bachelor of Individualized Study in Elementary Education. And has it been hard? Yeah. Do I do class from the car when I'm running my kids everywhere? Yeah. But it's something I'm really proud of. And if it wasn't for this opportunity, I wouldn't be able to do it. So thank you.
Again, it's the non-traditional pathways. There was a number there, and I'll talk about this map. This map is an interactive map. There are a couple of things to point out on this function. Number one, that if you pull up one of the ones, you'll see the data. Well, excuse me, we'll go with this first. And you'll see exactly where we're located. And I'll go through each one very quickly, like in a Reader's Digest format for you. But that's where we have programs. That means that we have boots on the ground. We're actually there. It's just not rhetoric, but it's actually reality, correct? And the second part is if you take a look at it, it tells you exactly, it's a data map. And it tells you exactly where we're at, and there's also a link, and you can see with the link, it takes you if you want additional information. One of the things I wanted to note just about the Grow Your Own program, we put out about 300 teachers a year. We just double that, 345. So those are the numbers that you'll start seeing in the next couple of years. So we're just almost overnight, we're making a major impact throughout the state. So going back to the map. What I'd like to do is just point out if you can clear all those. I'd like to go through some of our programs. So since 1908, we've been doing field placements. So everywhere you see a dot, that's where we're doing field placements across the Commonwealth. So we're out of the valley. We're all across the Commonwealth. Wherever I go across the Commonwealth, people say we want to hire a JMU teacher. That's right. Everywhere I go. We do practical placements. We put our sophomores and we put our freshmen in our juniors in schools early and often, because we know the sooner we get them in there, the more likely to stay. We have community college partnerships, which for something, when I was in North Carolina, you know I have a Boston accent, I was in North Carolina for several years. That was just a natural sort of, partnership. When I came here to Virginia, we have to make that partnership work. So we're very excited about working with community colleges. We have university partnerships. Post-COVID, I spoke to several of my colleagues and we started a collaborative with Old Dominion, Longwood University, Virginia State, Norfolk State, and Mary Washington. VCU actually asked to join the other day. We get together on a regular basis to leverage our resources, to leverage our knowledge, to leverage where we're at demographically, geographically, to work together. We have new teacher support program. We have a program at JMU that we go out and we have first, second, and third year teachers stay in the field. During the first year of COVID, we had 1,150 teachers that were in their first, second, or third year stay in the field. Think about that, you're a first year teacher, then all of a sudden the school closes down. We were there to help serve. Principal support program. The principals need support, not only new principals, but we talk to superintendents, they say, I have a principal that's been there for 15 years. They need some help. So we help throughout the Commonwealth. We have a set program of external initiatives. Content Teaching Academy, teachers from all over the Commonwealth. They come to JMU during the summer and take enrichment type classes to go back into the buildings because they're teacher leaders. We believe teacher leaders help retain. So very important. All these things are connected. All these things are connected. We've already talked about grow your own. One of the things that was cool about grow your own last week, we had a group of students from Portsmouth come down with their families. An old school alumni group helped support us last weekend. And it was their first time coming to the Valley. We hope it won't be their last time. We have early childhood education. Not only do we have a new research center, and we have millions of dollars worth of funding, but we're working throughout the Valley with over, I think, 250 or 260 slots, helping providers provide for access for children to get early childhood education. Very important. And finally, with special education, we work specifically with VDOE, the station here, the TTAC, and we work with school divisions that help provide teachers the support they need in special education. Now you see these dots everywhere. So I know my favorite color is purple. And so you think about 1908, Harrisonburg is a little dot on the map, right? So I want to show you something because this is where we've transformed to a research too. Everywhere. Now, I will be honest. There's a couple counties down here. I drove to North Carolina. I almost stopped there last weekend, but I didn't. And then there's a bridge out here, but there's also two things out here off the coast. So I'm asking President Allen to buy me a boat. Maybe we'll be able to get out there. I think out of 134 school divisions, I've got 130 out of 134. I give that an A. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Any comments or questions for?
Sorry.
That's okay.
I like one question.
Sure.
Mark, one thing I've heard about it, but it struck me when I was in graduation last year is it seemed to me that most of our graduates are elementary education and very few middle and I guess you call it secondary.
Yes, sir.
I know that's tough. I mean, I know some of the obvious reasons, but what's being done to kind of help those areas?
Again, the recruitment, right? So one of the things that we're trying to do, especially with the school divisions, there are a lot of folks out there that have their bachelor's degree in a particular area. We help them work with the transfer portal in a sense. It's that grow your own three. You look at their transcripts, they get provisional license. That's the quickest way to do it. It's very, very difficult, especially at the middle and high school level, for people wanting to come into the field. There are so many other options for individuals that may be interested in science or math or history, you know, so we're doing everything in our power to recruit. But we're really trying to work, and this has been a really neat part to see VDOE and the governor's office really work with us on a lot of these initiatives. And so it's been in state legislature. I spent a lot of time up in Richmond with Caitlin. But yeah, I know you pointed that out to me last year. It is a huge shortage.
And John, I thought you were gonna offer to take them on your boat.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, but I thought that's where you were going.
It's a long way to go sometimes.
Yeah. Any other comments or questions?
I'll just make a comment because I have some personal experience working with Mark. I've had the good fortune of working with Mark on a few different things, and it makes complete sense to me that you said there were two counties that you were going to stop off and stay on your way to North Carolina, because he is in the car all the time, anywhere he can be, no stone not turned over. You are an incredible asset to this university, and your reach throughout the Commonwealth. I was in a meeting with the Claude Moore Charitable Foundation a few weeks ago, which is one of the largest foundations in the state. And when Mark left, the director said, "You don't meet very many deans like that. Your commitment and passion has really been, I think, a reinvigoration of the College of Ed." And I just want to thank you publicly for your work here.
I leaned over and said a very abbreviated version of that to the president, so we're glad you're here.
Can I pile on that with regard to Mark? Because it's a framework that is a good paradigm for our deans, because Mark doesn't just think, what can I do for my students? He thinks, what can I do for the Commonwealth? And Dr. Lavelle, same way with nursing, not just what can I do for our students, but what can I do for the Commonwealth and the nation? I think that's part of what is really going to advance us. Is we're doing great things, but when we are a community member contributing to the Commonwealth, that's going to push us over the hump. So hats off to you. And in the car all the time, I called and just asked him one question on education. The next week we were at lunch in Northern Virginia. So good on you, Mark.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All right. Next up is our state government relations. I'm going to call on our very own Caitlin Reed to come up and call us to action.
Hi, good morning. Morning. So my name is Caitlin Reed. I have with me Savannah Funkhauser. Savannah, if you can give a wave. We manage the state government relations function here at James Madison University, reporting up through Dr. Nick Langridge, Vice President of Advancement. You just heard about some incredible, exciting work that's happening, and we have received the questions of how can we be a part of this? What are the mechanics of it? How do we translate this incredible work into budget requests and potentially new sources of state funding? And so that's what I'm here to talk to you about today. But before I do that, I want to acknowledge there is a tremendous depth of knowledge and expertise around this table in state government, and that is not lost on me. So thank you to those of you who have already helped us so significantly in this space. We have a lot of you on deck, ready to help, willing to help, and we're going to talk through some of that right now. So thank you. And the other thing I'll say is I don't do this work alone. In no way, President Elder spends a significant amount of time in Richmond talking about the items you just heard. Tawana Moore spends a significant amount of time down there. Dr. Lesperance, Dr. Lovell were just down there recently making the case for all this good work. So it takes a lot of people in this room rowing in the same direction to get us any kind of a positive outcome. So with that, we'll jump in. Don, if I can just ask you to go back one quick slide, we will talk we'll talk about the state budget. We will do just a brief reminder of a few things to remember about the state budget. We'll talk about the operating package, the capital package going into the new biennium. We're going to look at the process chart and orient us as to where we are in that process. We will touch just briefly on policy. I know we are kind of tight on time, so we will touch briefly there, and then we're going to close with some exciting advocacy opportunities upcoming. So moving just right into the budget. So as a reminder, the Commonwealth operates on a 2-year budget cycle. So in the even years, like 2024, the Commonwealth is working on creating a brand new, fresh budget. For context, the entire operating of Commonwealth budget is around 77 billion. Around 28 billion of that is general fund. Those general funds are taxpayer dollars. Those are the dollars where the legislature and the governor have the most flexibility in terms of funding new or ongoing operating priorities. We will talk about 3 different buckets of money that the university is eligible to receive. The first bucket of money is operating funding. Those are the funds we seek to either expand or support ongoing academic initiatives. So the money has to support the academic mission or the student success mission of the university. Funds that are given through operating monies are typically allotted to our base, and we receive those every year. So for example, when we just recently with Mark's Vision, we're able to secure $2.2 million to fund the Grow Your Own campaign. That is money that comes into our base and we are given year after year. Unless the legislature or governor chooses to change that. That is primarily because the operating funding we get supports the faculty and staff needed to staff up these nursing teaching programs in perpetuity. We also can request capital funding. This is money to build buildings. These are academic. They must be academic spaces that support the academic mission. So we can ask for funding to, say, expand a nursing laboratory. We cannot ask for funding to do something like build a parking deck or expanded dining operation. Those are allotted as a one-time appropriation covering planning and development of those facilities. We can also ask for financial aid money. We're not going to go into depth on that for this presentation. Those monies are a little bit different. They're primarily a pass-through, where we are allotted money. We turn right around and give that money to our neediest students. So for additional context, $724 million university operating budget. Of that, we receive about $172 million from the state. I won't get into too much detail except to say so many of you just hit this nail on the head. When we are looking at the development of the policy package that we bring to the state, one of the first questions we ask is it in alignment with the Commonwealth's needs? Have we looked around and said, what does the Commonwealth need? What does JMU do well or have the capacity to do well? And then look for that overlap and go forward with those initiatives. So that is the first thing we consider. We also work diligently to address the historical funding inequity. You have heard me say that JMU is the lowliest funded university in the Commonwealth. On a per student basis, we receive the least amount of state money of any of the public 4 years in Virginia. So when we say we are resource constrained and we do not have the resources to do things like expand certain programs, we mean it. We are working to rectify that. We could have a whole nother conversation over there. And lastly, with our budget request strategy, we do what we say we're going to do. I know that sounds simplistic, but our proof is in our outcomes. We have 80% graduation rates. That's some of the highest in the country. It's some of the highest in the state. Our employees get our students get jobs at 96% coming out of college in that first 6 months. So we are an incredible investment for the Commonwealth, and that is a narrative we work really hard to ensure that folks are aware of. In the interest of time, I will not walk you through each of these individually. This is the entirety of our biennial operating request package. We put together a $12.5 million package. That is a lot of money, but I want to be very clear that that is a very modest request package when you look at what some of our peer institutions propose. In your folders, you have one-pagers on each of these initiatives, but I do want to call your attention to the themes. So these are the themes we are going into the new biennium focused on. Support for veterans, healthcare, education, mental health, retention of excellent state employees, and work-based learning. And so I do want to just speak briefly to support for veterans. For those of you around the table who served, thank you. We are looking specifically at the Virginia Military Survivors and Dependent Education Program. You will hear this program called FEMSTEP. This is a tuition waiver program. where disabled veterans and their dependents can come to James Madison University for free. It is an incredible, vital pathway for veterans and their dependents to get to attain higher education. The problem is it's very expensive, and universities pay for that program in its entirety. For JMU in fiscal year 26, we expect the program will cost us nearly $7 million. For a school like JMU, that is a significant expense. So we are seeking some partnerships, some relief from the state in supporting that program. You heard Dr. Lovell talk about our healthcare programs, so you have more information, but we have 2 budget initiatives on the table. One of them would increase our output of undergraduate nurses by 30 students per year. The other would increase the output of those graduate level nurses, those nurse practitioners, at about 24 per year. We cannot do that. Excuse me. We cannot do that without state support. We are resource and we are space constrained. And so we're going to get into that in a minute regarding space. The rest of these, you have information in your packet. Please review, be in touch. You heard Mark talk about his alternative licensure program. We have a proposal on the table to produce 300 teachers over 3 years for an investment of less than $1 million. That is an incredible return on investment. I do want to talk about capital. So I want to be very clear that it's very abnormal for any agency to seek capital support and get it at the first go. That is abnormal. There is a reason we have a 10-year capital plan. These things can take years and years, and so I want to be very clear in that. The other thing I want to be very clear about is that when the state is assembling their budget, we can have the most incredible and innovative proposals in the world, but there are factors that are wildly outside of our control that will impact how much the state chooses to put towards higher ed as a whole, or things like nursing or teaching. In recessionary years, we have seen the state put no new monies towards programs, no matter how incredible they are. And so please know that there are factors outside of our control. We know that there is expected to be large scale spending in K-12 and behavioral health that impacts how much the state has to put towards higher ed. All that said, this is our capital package over the biennium. You see the expansion of the college and behavioral studies building. This building, as I think Sharon mentioned, opened in 2016, our largest college here at the university. This college serves more than 7,000 people. And to be able to expand our nursing output, we need some square footage. So we are seeking 125,000 square foot, 5-story addition to the current space. That new space you see in the white will go on top of where there's a very aging, old, small parking deck that would be demolished to make way for this new space. The old and new spaces would be joined by a stag bridge, and we would better be able to serve our students, grow our programs, and we would also locate more of our community clinics in here. We offer vital health services to the community, and that space is also quickly becoming a challenge for that as well. The East Campus Steam Plant. So this is the third and final phase of this ongoing project. A number of years ago, we acquired a trash burning facility from the city. We have since renovated it. I'm sorry, I have young kids and they make sure I sound like this all the time. So we are in the process of finally renovating that. We have had about $35 million in state support already for this project, to procure the equipment, to build the new building. This is the last and final phase, basically to hook it up. This is the infrastructure. So to get those new boilers online and heating and cooling the East Campus, we create redundancy with West Campus. So if the steam plant, if ever anything were to happen on West Campus, we have the redundancy, and it will help us realize some cost savings once we can get this building up and going. And lastly, Johnston Hall. This building houses our graduate psychology program, constructed in 1929, and it has received very few, if any, renovations since. And so we have some major work to do in this space to bring it up to current building code ADA compliance. We are proposing a small 11,000 square foot addition to this space where we could house an elevator for ADA compliance reasons, and also move in the Center for Assessment Research here into this building, where they can do more work with campus. They are a nationally known center for leading learning outcomes and assessment. This slide is busy. We won't spend too much time here. What I want y'all to know is we started the process of developing this package about a year ago. Internally, we solicit ideas from all of the divisions for budget items. Those budget items ideas are vetted against 3 key pieces of guidance. The first being the North Star objectives, that is the governor's vision for higher education, the Virginia plan for higher education, which is Chev's plan for higher education, and then of course our strategic plan is what is being proposed in alignment with our institutional goals and priorities. We then move into the 6-year planning process. I won't talk to you about that here. Some of you have heard from Tawana about that. We could talk about that for a long time in a different context, but what you need to know is that every year, JMU is required to either construct a new plan or update the prior year's plan. And we look at things like enrollment projections and financials in that plan, but we also importantly include all of our budget priorities in that plan. So this summer, we submitted the plan to the state with those budget items that you saw. In August, President Alger led a team down to Richmond to speak to the Secretaries of Education and Finance about the vision that you all just saw. And that formally sort of kicks off the process. And we are now where you see that red icon. So we are in the governor's executive budget process. We are right in the thick of it. The governor's office has all of our capital and operating requests that you just heard. We have met with Secretaries Littell and Cummings and Godera to help, mark the importance of these initiatives. And so for those of you who are eager and willing to help, we are in the process right now with the governor's office. Some of you have already reached out on our behalf, and we would, call me, let's connect. I would love and appreciate your help. December 20th is when the governor will release his proposed or introduced budget. So they really are in the process of writing that right now. And at that point, we will know which, if any, of these budget items the governor has chosen to fund. And based on that, it will inform our strategy going into the General Assembly session. General Assembly is slated to convene January 10 this year. For anything that we want to move forward on with funding that is not reflected in the governor's budget, we very quickly need to find senators and delegates to patron those items, to champion them on our behalf. We do that quickly. February 22nd is a key date when the House and Senate will release their different budgets. If our items are not in the governor's budget or not in one of the versions of those budgets, they will not succeed. So some key milestones here. We will see the negotiated budget come out in early March. So that is really, if your items are not in the negotiated budget, they have not succeeded. If we are successful in getting new funding, those funds become available July 1. I'll just touch briefly on policy. All that to say, Savannah and I also manage the policy aspect. As a state agency, JMU operates like a small city. We are subject to a lot of state legislation and code, not just related to higher ed, but things like procurement and policing and FOIA and state employment, all sorts of different things. So because of that, higher education institutions are required by Virginia code to designate a legislative liaison. I serve in that role for this institution, and in that role, I serve as a resource to legislators who are looking to discuss practical policy matters. It is not abnormal for Savannah and I to get a phone call from a legislator saying, hey, I'm thinking about doing XYZ. What are some things I should be considering? Implementation, cost, etc. And so in doing that, we try to help ensure that the bill has the best possible outcome for the patron and also that it is practical for the university. First scope last year in the short session, we saw 2,800 bills. We expect that number to be higher given that we are going into a long or 60+ day session. Savannah and I reviewed each and every one of those bills to gauge applicability to the university. Obviously, not all of those bills survived. Last year, 816 bills passed. A couple dozen of them had applicability to JMU, and then Savannah and I worked to make sure that the vice presidents over the applicable areas are aware of the new legislation, and we make them aware of the July 1 implementation deadline, and we work with them there. I won't go through the policy timeline on the next slide. You have it. Just know that right around now is the time that bills are going to start dropping. By January 20, we'll know what we're working with. That is the deadline to file bills. So at that point, we will see what is ahead of us. And then if all goes according to plan, which has not happened in recent years, the General Assembly will convene mid-April. And at that point, we'll know what the new legislation requires. I want to close with advocacy opportunities because I said it before, I will say it again, your advocacy matters so much. And so you have your advocacy package, you have my phone number, you know how to find President Alger. Right now, the emphasis needs to be on the governor's office. That will change going into the General Assembly session. We will communicate with you throughout that process, communicate with me. And please know that district visits, when you all come with us to Richmond, when you all visit with folks in your backyard, when we're out there doing that, it matters. And you also have information in your email on JMU's legislative reception that will happen in February. It is an opportunity for you to come to Richmond, be advocates. We invite every member of the General Assembly and their staffs to that event. So we are really, really looking forward to it. But that, Madam Rector, concludes my presentation.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask, hey, do you feel that was direct enough, or do we need?
What I think I heard was budget.
Yep.
Yeah.
And just general advocacy. What did I miss?
Yeah, we have 7 budget items under current consideration. If there are ones that speak more specifically to you than others, let's talk. And then any power ability you are willing to lend us in picking up the phone and calling folks on our behalf would be so appreciated.
So Caitlin, for us to engage that way, would you like us to contact you to say, I'm planning on calling X, Y, and Z. Here's when I plan to do that, so that you have an element of coordination associated with that. And if there's people who want to partner up and go together, I think the personal touch is such an important one. I think all of you exemplify what JMU stands for and bring a little of that magic with you. So, you know, any personal time investments and sweat equity that you can invest on our behalf, I think would be more than welcome. I am very aware that there are some very good connections in Richmond sitting around this table, and would love that level of advocacy in Richmond on JMU's behalf.
Madam Rector, I would put even a finer point on that by saying it is imperative that we all coordinate.
I would agree.
Through our government relations and take our marching orders, because you will know, she will know, you know, where we are right now, what the messaging needs to be. And it's easy to pick up the phone and call, but that's probably not the best way to do it.
Okay.
So all of us should really coordinate. And I would say, don't hesitate to call us as board members. That's a part of our responsibility.
Thank you for that. Okay. So Caitlin, I think you have just heard that you have marching orders to put us to work. So to call us to say, could you please X, Y, and Z, please do so and leverage this group. It is an impactful one. So please take advantage of that. As I've mentioned in all the orientations, on top of directly under governance, I think as a role of a board member is advocacy, and putting us to work in this manner for these really critical budget items, I think is a good use of our time. Cool. Nicole.
Secretary James said it. Her second comment covered what I was going to say, is that, you know, Caitlin has the expertise to know exactly who we need to talk to. So if we only have time to make one phone call or one visit she's going to know exactly which members may be in our backyards. We may serve on certain boards with them or in leadership positions. You know, there are touch points there that are more important than others to talk with. But, you know, yeah, I would just say, please, you know, it's so impactful. We have such a great story to tell, and it's not hard to do it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Don't be shy, Kate.
I'm not known for that.
I mean with us, I'm talking about with us.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. Any other comments or questions?
This is probably a really dumb question, but I'm the new guy.
Only one, only dumb question is when you choose not to
federal
answer.
earmarks for JMU? Do we have anything that comes down federal legislation that says, okay, JMU is going to be a new center of excellence for XYZ. And that our congressional delegations advocate for at the federal level? Or are those just grants? So those are the kind of things we talked about. Now that we're R2, at the R2 level, we're competing.
Yeah, so federal relations are in some research office, and so we do advocate on behalf of JMU. If you were at the Academic Excellence Committee, which you weren't last year, yesterday, we talked just a little bit about it. We do make trips regularly. We update staffers regularly. And so, but that actually is in the research office, but we work very closely with Caitlin and make sure that we're on the same page.
That makes sense. Okay,
But
thanks.
keep me honest on this, there are no longer any earmarks, is that what they were called? Or direct
Appropriations are back in. We received, in fact, one of Mark's, our first appropriations in a while started the Grow Your Own program. And so we were included in the Senate appropriation, but we'll see how things play out on the congressional side this year.
So this is relatively new.
Yeah, and we might add, Jeff, just for your benefit, our largest concentration of alumni are, of course, in the DC metro area, and many of them work on Capitol Hill, for example. So we have a lot of good contacts up in Washington that we utilize as well.
Thanks.
Thank you. And see, I learned something every time I. So, all right, perfect. Any other questions or comments?
I just want to make a comment. I noticed it's been said before. This year, this General Assembly session will represent one of the best opportunities we've ever had. The turnover was significant. There are a lot of new faces. We can make a lot of new friends, and we need to. And regardless of the election outcome and what your preferences were, it's still a great opportunity for us. And we need to be active, and we need to be present.
Thank you. Good point. Yeah, great.
I got just one more question. I'll go back to the nursing, and I understand that we need space. I understand that request is in the budget. But in the interim, between now and whenever that building happens to get built, are there alternatives that we can look at space-wise to compensate and be able to move forward with increased numbers to be able to put them out before 29? You know, that's an eternity.
I wish that were true. Unfortunately, for the PA program, which we want to increase again, requires physical space for tables. We have students who need to gather around an example clinic as well as the anatomy lab that requires a number of pieces of equipment and space that we just don't have a space for otherwise. In terms of nursing, our students are in our skills lab and our simulation lab outside of the instructional hours, honing their skills. And so we can't bring in another cohort of students into that space because our current cohort is using capacity.
Fair enough. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The questions are so critically important. Keep on coming. Any other comments, questions? All right. With that, I believe it is time to move into closed session. So, Mr. Falcon, would you please take us into closed session?
Madam Rector, pursuant to section 2.2-3711A1 of the Code of Virginia, I move we go into closed session to discuss personnel matters involving promotions, performance, retirements, hiring, resignations, salary adjustments, and status changes of faculty members, university administrators, and appointees. Pursuant to section 2.2-3711A7 to consult with legal counsel pertaining to actual or probable litigation. And 3, pursuant to section 2.2-3711A8 of the Code of Virginia to consult with legal counsel regarding legal advice by such counsel.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any oppositions? Fine. We're gonna take a 5-minute recess in order to allow the room to prepare for closed.
Introduce myself. Yes. Yes, and so. I don't know how it works.
All right, are we ready to go? Right. Okay. All right, thank you, Travis. Everyone, we are live again, so I'm going to call us to order. As a point of execution, in order to close the session, I need to read what I'm going to read and then ask every individual around the table to either agree or disagree. During the closed session, the board discussed only matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements and only those types of matters identified in the motion for the closed session. John?
Yes.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. There is one motion that needs to be set forth, and that is a motion to approve the presidential action report amended as discussed in the meeting.
Personnel.
Didn't I say that? Sorry, the motion to approve the personnel, can't even read, personnel action report amended as discussed in the closed session. Motion made. Is there a second? Second. Thank you. Are there any discussion items associated with this motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? All right, so moved. Thank you, everyone, for your brain trust, for your partnership, and for your passion. This meeting is adjourned.